Hello, my beautiful people. Thanks for waiting for me. I appreciate it. My precious, my lovely. I love you, baby. Robert, how are you this afternoon? Welcome, my friend. You are the first one here, besides my wife. She's being nosy and trying to be supportive to the husband. Talofa, talofa lava. Alofa ya hoy. Loao. Thank you for your love. Cheryl, how are you? Good afternoon, Rose. Welcome, welcome. We got some interesting stuff. Happy Friday, everybody joining in. We appreciate your love and support. It's so great to see my Patriots in here. I actually get happy when I come in here and I see you guys coming in here and dropping a hello. It means a lot to me. Okay, and it helps me to continue doing what I am doing. I gotta say, I'm very surprised, to be the least, to say that I'm really not sure how we're getting, so many subscribers coming in every day. I think it's because of you guys that come in here and give us good input and are supporting and all the good stuff that we as Americans need to be successful. So I appreciate that. Hopefully, we get some of our old school, faithful patriots coming in here very soon. I want to be able to start off all the videos that I have set aside for us to talk about. Sometimes the videos are very great, and sometimes the videos are very contradictory. I will say this: knowing the biography of the life of President Trump, everything that we hear, that we see, we got to take it with a grain of salt. And we have to take it with faith that God is in control of everything, even if we don't understand how everything is happening. We need to maintain that positivity and, just trust in God. It's very hard. It's very, very hard because, Brian, how are you, my friend? Good to see you, sir. Um, it's very hard to be able to trust something that you cannot see past what's happening today. And that's why faith is very hard to have. And not everybody has the talent. Definitely not everybody it's called, or chosen to be for God. We have lived a full life. I'm talking about us that are, close to 50 and over. We have lived a full life in a world of sin and, rejection of God and, the Almighty. You see, a lot of people, they everybody wants to believe on something. Everybody wants to have some sort of religion, some sort of spirituality. Uh, Good evening, official. Good to see you again, sir. They want to feel like there is a purpose in their life. And our purpose is not really to become amazing and uh, to do things that we really have no control over. That's I don't know if that makes sense to you, but our whole purpose in life is just to prove to God that we can choose good over evil. That's it. It is that simple. It is not easy to understand, but it's that simple. Loco, what's up, brother? Acting like a diva tonight. Oh, snap. It's Friday, baby. I'm telling you, man. You know, you know, the Kraken, the it's the crackhead. Release the crackhead. It's Prime Minister Chris. Now, I think you changed my conversation here. Changing gear. Toma tres way. Thunder Loco, man. Much love to you, brother. Crazy ass. This is one of the guys that it will be hard for me to kick off my chat because Loco now knows how to weave with the good and the bad comments. Once in a while, he throws a support comment that allows him to hang in there from being kicked from the chat. We all need to have a black sheep. We all need to have a black sheep in the house. Hi, Rush, babe. I am glad all you guys are coming in right away because I need to finish my story here about why or what people should expect when they hear that we are Christians in this chat and then we start going off on people. Rush Babe is my Washingtonian sister from the east side of the state. I will come and visit. You better not ghost me either. You better be waiting for me when I go down that way. I'll ask my wife and see if she wants to come with as well. We'll see how she's feeling. She's going through some hard times right now, but she's hanging in there, and she is in the chat supposedly. Are you still in there, babe? She probably left already. She just wanted to say hello to everybody in here that is supporting my channel, and we appreciate you. So just off the bat, guys, for those of you that have a wrench, I want you guys to keep any type of insult. If you see any Spanish stuff, it's okay. I will take care of that. My man, welcome, brother. Welcome. It's good to see you, my man. So if you guys see any type of anybody being offensive to another person in the chat, get rid of them. Put them in timeout for 30 minutes. I mean, the live is long enough. We go past 2 hours, 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours. Tonight is Friday. We'll see how long we go. Dora, am I picking up your mama? Am I picking up your mom tonight? Okay, so no dropping. Okay, great. All right, so we'll be. Damn, Bernier comes in here on a Friday night, dropping the money for the 6-pack, the 8-pack, the 12-pack, and the keg. Good evening, brother. Thank you for the super chat. And this guy, it's my secret sponsor on the channel. He's showing me so much love. Thank you, Berniel. And I think that sets up the tempo for today, guys. I guess we're going to start earlier, sooner than later. And, well, Berniel comes in here tonight, and he ain't messing around. He is actually going to be the stream boss for the night. $100 super chat. My man, thank you for that love. Appreciate you. You guys get to hear the full clip of the boss dance. And by the way, if you guys are members, you guys should have new emojis to play with. I hope you like them. I'm trying to make them better, but this is just like the simple, basic stuff that I can do, okay? So here we go. The great white hope, the boss, el patron, el jefe, Berniel. Welcome to the members club. I appreciate you, official. You get to show off those special emojis. We're going to throw in the first lady, our beautiful president, our beautiful state, the boss pose, the sombrero for Alabama and the Democrats, and the fight emojis. And that's how we get down, baby. That's how we get down. I threw Melania in there for our patriot ladies and all of those who appreciate the first lady. We thank you so much for that. Guys, you know, this is what I do for a living. and I wouldn't be able to do this without your support. So I appreciate you. Berniel, you are a huge part of why this channel is still going and going strong. So we appreciate you for that. To all my members, I really appreciate all of you guys. When we get to have at least 100 members, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff just for members only. And that's the way we're doing it. We are doing sort of a, hey, Mega Mom, we are doing sort of a, like a marathon to try to get as many subscribers as we can. The goal is 100,000 subscribers. That is my goal. I think that with 100,000 subscribers, we can get a lot of things done. I don't want to speak too much about the future of what we're going to do in this channel, but I can tell you there's going to be a lot of big programs. I am not a socialist, but I am a big believer that giving is how we receive. And I am thinking about a couple of things that I want to do. Berniel, my wife Precious, says thank you. We truly appreciate your love and support. May God bless you and your family abundantly. You know what? I'm gonna make you so that you stand out, baby. I'm gonna make you a moderator so you can stand out on the color. So yeah, guys, it's not just me. You guys are supporting me and my wife and our kids, of course, and you know, you're supporting us trying to get as much truth out there as we can. Time, you don't give so much, you also hurt. What? Just don't give so much, you also. Oh yeah, 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 absolutely, 100%. Oh yeah, Berniel, I apologize, brother. I messaged you. I thought I messaged you. Um, you guys don't know this, but I have a big head. The only hats that fit me very good, this one is okay, but the ones that fit me good are this kind of hats, the big hats. I bought this hat because it's the Americans' 250th anniversary. I like the design. I like the rugged look, you know, the whole thing. But these products that are made in China, they are not made with great quality. The top doesn't have enough. You see that? Doesn't have enough support. I don't have a round forehead. I have an Indian slope head. And so these kind of hats right here are the ones that are best fit. The one that you sent me, Berniel, I love the feel of the material. I love everything about it, but it was very small for my head. So, yeah, my wife and I would both love it, but it was too small for my head. So I can't really wear it. But thank you for that anyways. I appreciate it. It's big time. Friday night, baby, let's go. We're going to celebrate big time tonight. And just so you guys know, if you are MAGA and you are part of this channel, if you're not a member, it's okay. Becoming a member, you guys support me monthly, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you so much for that love and support. But just being in here and supporting our president, supporting America first, that is huge for me. You know, the views, the number of people, that will come with time. I want to be able to have great people that we can have some sort of a great family, even if it's like online, right? You have to understand everybody that is in the United States of America, all Americans that we have here that are patriots to this country. I want to hang out with you. I want to talk with you. I don't want to be like, you know, arguing, angry with people because they don't just disagree. They put us down, and yes, I know words don't hurt, but they make you uncomfortable. And so I want to have a chat that is going to be for everybody to be respectful, be able to say what they want to say. Remember, freedom of speech, of course, but freedom of speech comes with responsibility. Okay, so you got to know what that is. Let's see, Zizek, how are you? Good to see you again in here. Salt, good to see you. You are insane with the sheeple, but happy Friday, loco. Yes, I like it. Zach Meyer Flowers, Trump, welcome. Güero, ¿qué pasa, Mufasa? Güero wants a gift membership. Unfortunately, the Snap doesn't work on YouTube memberships. Toma, güero. Good to have you in here, man. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna agree that this right here, the power, we're gonna call it huevos. Bueno, pinche loco, man. It's good to have you here, man. Zach Myers says charity should be private and on platforms, no governments. Get jobs. To all our members, thank you for your love and support, says my wife, Precious Mota Louie. Thunder Loco, I 112. I lost my EVT, so give me a membership now. I'm a tired Democrat. That is funny, man. That is funny. Yeah, you know what, Berniel? If I get a chance to drive down to Cali, because I do want to drive, we'll see if my wife is up for the trip and see if she wants to come with me. She gets very excited for the trip, and then an hour into it, she's just a pain in the neck. She's a horrible co-pilot. She be passing out on the passenger side while I'm trying to stay awake, and she doesn't talk to me when I'm driving. It's horrible. The worst co-pilot that you can have on a long trip. But who knows? Maybe if we get to maybe fly down there and we can rent a car, we'll go down and visit your business and maybe have some dinner with your wife. That would be very, very nice. It'd be great to have some selfies and things that we can share with amongst members. Guys, I just want to let you know that we're going for the long haul. We're going for the long ride. This is not a temporary channel. I am hoping to be able to continue this and, hopefully make it a career and eventually be a way to help others. Okay, we'll go ahead and start with that little statement. But, a lot of people promise a lot of things, and I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be a guy that promises things and then we end up being short. I like to under promise and over deliver. I think that people appreciate that more. So let's just leave it there. I want to do a lot of things. Of course, as God allows us to grow, and as much as we grow as patriots, you guys will each will have recognition for those who are members of my channel. Whenever we do some sort of outreach, for example, I will probably put posts out there for just for members and maybe subscribers, but specifically members, photos. If you guys don't know this and you are new to my membership, if you guys would like photos of Washington State, let me know, and I will post some good quality photos. If you guys go to my profile, I believe you can see my email. Shoot me an email. Tell me that you're a member and that you want a picture from Washington State. And I'll make sure that I put a nice resolution on there. If you guys like the photo, you guys can use it on your desktop background. It's free. You guys can use it as many times as you want. You can share it with anybody. I have no copyrights on the photos that I share for the public. So if you guys would like to have one of those, let me know. If there's something that maybe I'm getting some more requests, I will go out there and capture those photos, and hopefully it comes to your satisfaction. If you didn't know, I love photography. That was my business before. And I would love to get out there and take photos for you guys as well, so that you guys can decorate your desktop with some beautiful Washington, nature photos, mountains, maybe some rivers, maybe some part of the ocean, etc. We'll see. We'll see how we can get creative. I would love to do that, and I want you guys to be happy. Because that's how I appreciate your support. Okay? With that being said, Mark says, true. I mean, Obama wasn't even close to Biden. Though Obama went by the rules, every other president has used it. A lot of the same Trump does today. You calling him gay with that emote. Is that right? It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I will interpret it in a different way. All right, Knife is back. Let's see what Knife has learned about life today in our chat. Like I said, if you be an adult and don't attack what I'm trying to say, I'll give back as well as I receive. So if you follow your own rules, you will not hear any name calling out of me if I don't hear. So here's the thing, guys. Uh, this is my show. I want you guys to be respectful with each other. Now, I notice that a lot of people like me to respond right away, and they demand me to answer questions that I miss. I can't read everything. Right now, I'm pausing. I'm pausing and I'm reading comments and I'm falling behind, but, I'm trying to give you guys a chance. This is just me welcoming you to my chat, to my channel, thanking you for the support, all that good stuff. But if you're demanding, there's a lot of you in here that always give me super chats, all right? And this is how I grow. This is how I stay doing the content, right? But there is people in here that come and demand answers, and they don't do any super chats. It's like, it's like, it's like free healthcare. If you have free healthcare, don't complain about how long you got to wait at the hospital. If you have a private healthcare, you're paying good money for it, then yes, they should. Hey, listen, you got to hurry up, man. I'm paying you a lot of money. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be my friend, but when you super chat, everybody knows. I take a pause and I read that super chat for everybody. That's how that works. So there's so many times, Knife, that I have given you an answer about a question that you posted and you didn't listen to it. You missed the answer. And then you keep posting the same question over and over. Well, I'm not going to answer the question again and again and again. There's other people, other questions that I want to be able to answer. So if anything, if you guys want to come in as soon as you get the notification that I am live, then you will take advantage and you'll get the first comments read for free. And then as I get through the chat, I will read as many comments as I can. But I'm not going to sit here and rush and ignore some of the good comments that I want to hear and talk about. So we have a lot of little videos to go through and a lot of conversation to be had about it. All right. So official says my wife is the same way. Me quedo dormido, bro. Me quedo dormido. They're horrible co-pilots. They're horrible. The thing about it is, like, with my wife, man, she's nuts. I see, as a man, you can call me whatever you want to call me, but as a man, it means a lot to me to have my wife next to me. I feel like a real man. You know what I mean? I feel like a real man. When I got my wife with me, I feel like a real man. Because I'm married, I'm a father. You know what I'm saying? We're being responsible. We got to hustle. We're doing what we got to do to survive legally. And, it makes me feel special. But the problem with the wife is, like, after a while, they lose that, oh, I wanted to get out, and now I want to go back home. They're always rushing you. They're always stressing you out on the road. My wife does not appreciate nature as much as I do. My wife gets bored. She just wants to come back to the city. Me, I rather sit there. I can literally stare at a river with big falls on big rocks and just stare at it and listen to the noise of the water, the white noise that it makes. It calms me. It brings me peace. And so I can stare at a mountain and just sigh and just look around. And I can literally sit there for a very long time just enjoying to see nature. My wife goes crazy. She can't do that. But yeah, having my wife makes me feel very special. I think I mentioned before that having my wife, I mean, being in Samoa, beautiful place, wonderful island, beautiful ocean, everything's so beautiful, but without my wife, it just felt so empty. There was really not much for me to do there, to be honest. Time on my side. Welcome, brother. I'm a man who likes a crazy woman. I seem to only date redheads. Oh, yeah, you're in trouble. And Hispanic women. The craziest was my ex, redheaded Hispanic. Oh, that's double trouble. It sounds almost as bad as a Salvadorian woman. And liberty for all, when he comes in here, you can ask him, what does that mean? And he will tell you. It is crazy. Crap, man. Hey, listen, I don't know if Mexicans have the same problems, but I'm telling you, man, the Central American women, Uh, that's some serious business right there. Uh, I'm just kidding. There's some bad ones, but there's good people out there. My mother was one of them. My mother, there's not many women like my mother anymore. You know, the old school Honduran women. You know, the housewife, the hard worker, the motherly moms with the discipline and the love and the care and the tender, the cooking that make the men happy and the children. There's not many women like that. So you know, when you see a woman that does things like that, man, just appreciate them. You know, one of the things that I think my wife probably knows, but she might not appreciate as much or understand, is she doesn't know how special I feel when she makes food for me. See, we can clean the house together, but when she does it for me, I feel like a king. Yeah, I don't want to be sexist, but I feel like a king, and it makes me want to fight for her more. It makes me want to fight for my children more. The more that my wife gives for me, the better of a man she makes me. My mood changes. I am a happier guy. I am more relaxed. I am more content with the things that I cannot control. I feel more confident. I feel more successful. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's like this positivity that the wife can give you, and sometimes they don't understand how important they really are to us. I know Rush Babe misses her husband. Her husband passed, and man, I can tell you that when she tells me these stories about her husband, it makes me feel like that she was happy and that everything was perfect. But now it's like without her husband, she feels that absence, and yet she's still a woman that still goes out there and fight for her kids, and she's doing everything my mother was doing before, and so I commend Rush Bay for that. I know God will have somebody special for you if you allow it to happen. I really believe that. Uh, Loving people, people that like to give to others and that love God, always deserve to be loved themselves. So let's see. You do talk a lot, DOA, like a woman. See, time on my side, he's going to tell you like it is, my friend. So there you go. See, it's not just me. Other people notice. Abel says, Hermano, protect us. Abel, you made some comments in here that made me question you, but bro, we'll try our best, man. I will tell you this. You know that video that we saw earlier, right? The documentary. A lot of people kind of had a little bit of contradiction on it. I'm very tough. I'm very hard on our natives. But the fact of the matter is that they really need to step it up. They really need to do it for their people, for their children and their children's children. You cannot stay happy living in a hut. You cannot stay happy living in a desert. You gotta evolve. You gotta move. You gotta be able to adapt, to assimilate to what's changing. Don't lose who you are. Always remember where you come from, but don't stop growing. And so that's what I feel about my natives. And a lot of them feel the same way as I do. And so we stick together with that. Let's see. Time says, DOA, I seen you call out truth because you felt it was a lie. Feelings are facts. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it happens sometimes. But we don't go on feelings. We go by common sense. Even if we don't like something, if it's the truth, that's exactly what we're going to go after. All right, and let's see. One more, a couple of more comments. Güero says, just say no to Didi. Yes, I agree. 100%. Thank you, Brian. Rush Babe says, W1 tariffs are the bring countries to the table. Yep. I believe so. And our enemies are listening to what we're doing and watching everything that is happening in our country. And believe me, they want us to fail. But we're going to stick together. We're going to fight it through. Even if we have to fight amongst each other to be able to show ourselves the truth, we will prevail and everybody will be better for it. Let's see. Zizek, they literally voted for it yesterday. The congressional votes is literally happening this week because the Democrat rep from Arizona signed off on it. Zizek, what you're waiting for is not the tariffs. It's the release of the Epstein files. I believe that's supposed to happen next week. I think that's what you might be talking about. Let's see. Time on my side says, yo, necesito comida ahora. Ahora. He needs some food right now. Well, I just ate before I came on here. I ate with my mother-in-law and my wife. We tore up a rotisserie chicken with some lettuce. That was the healthy food that we had. But it was good, huh, babe? It was good, huh? The chicken with the lettuce. Oh, it was satisfying. I love it. You know, even my mother-in-law, when she's nice to me, I feel special. I feel happy. Things come together. You know, this is a song from James Brown, right? This is the man's world. A lot of the things that people don't understand about that song because they never listen to the whole song. It is a man's world, but this world means nothing if we don't have a woman or a girl on our side, and that is absolutely true. You know, women complete men and men complete women. We need to do our best to give the best of ourselves to our best partner in crime, so to speak. But don't take it literally. We don't want to be criminals. Rice and beans didn't miss her. Let's go. Jack Pepper in the house. Welcome, my friend. God wins Abel. I agree. You're being good today. I appreciate it. All right, let me take a look. Our first subject of the night. I want you to. Here we go. This is one of our Washingtonians. Her name is Brandy Cruz, and she's put a. She used to be a reporter for a local news channel. Okay, just so that you guys know. So she still does investigative reporting, and you know she has contacts and things like that. One of the things that we had a problem with here is they passed reparations, the stupidest freaking thing I ever heard of. So if you're black, if you have a certain pigmentation on your skin, you can take advantage of these reparations. Let's take a listen to her little information that she's sharing with us today. And guys, just listen, and we'll see what how we can judge this information that we are getting. All right.
We, at the end of October, released a whistleblower report that looked into self-dealing within a massive $250 million taxpayer-funded program called the Community Reinvestment Program. This was Democrats' answer to the war on drugs, I guess. They passed it into law in 2022, funded it with millions and millions of dollars. And essentially, if you had the right skin pigmentation, you could use this fund to get money toward the purchase of a home, to even get your personal credit card debt paid off. And what we found via a whistleblower, if you read that initial report, was that the BIPOC nonprofits that were contracted with the state to get that money out to members of the Black community and other select communities of color were often using that money to help themselves and to help their family members.
Of course.
We told many different stories within that first report from the end of October about self-dealing. Employee of the Urban League getting $49,000 to pay off credit card debt. The daughter of an employee of the Urban League getting $350,000 toward the purchase of a home. And we said at the time that we
Time. Save it. We'll get there. We will talk about it too.
ran that initial report that we had a lot of follow-up to do. It was only scratching the surface of the alleged self-dealing within the program that our whistleblower told us about. So in the weeks that have followed, we've been tracking down leads, following up on tips, digging into documents, and today we published our second installment in our work looking into the Community Reinvestment Program. The headline, it's an infuriating one: From Fugitive Felon to Homeowner. Thanks to Washington taxpayers, the list of insiders who benefited from a taxpayer-funded program for people of color include a convicted pimp and a preacher with direct ties to the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle.
Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? So this is a Democratic, obviously led, a leftist, agenda-led group and movement. And just look at that, from fugitive felon to homeowner. Let's celebrate. And what is the one, see, Druby knows. And what is the one thing that they tell us? 34 counts of felony. That's the guys you guys support as president. The hypocrisy is tremendous, isn't it? But don't even worry about that. Imagine there's millions of dollars that are just being given away because of the color of your skin. That's reparations, my friend. And then they wonder how we have a lot of homeless on the street, but a felon, a convicted felon, can actually get what was it, 200 something thousand dollars to be able to be a house owner. That is phenomenal.
So, in this latest edition, we again focus strictly on the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle. As we've said before, it is not the only BIPOC nonprofit contracted with the state to hand out this money, but there is so much there that we still have not exhausted the alleged self-dealing within this one organization, the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle. So after our last whistleblower report, we continued to track down names and tips about potential people working at the Urban League who benefited from this money. And here's the difficulty in this, because I want to be clear. We've asked the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle to simply provide us with a list. You know what? We're already on to you. Let's just have a full list of all Urban League employees, board members, staff members, and their family members who were given community reinvestment program funds through your organization. Let's just, in the interest of transparency, put all our cards on the table, but they have refused to do so. So, short of going to every county in the state and digging through tens of thousands of property records and cross-referencing them with publicly available data to see if we can find people who work for the Urban League, we have no way on our own of compiling a complete list. So all we can rely on are tips. And that's what we've relied on to add a couple more names to the list of Urban League insiders who have benefited from this money. One of them is a guy named Bobby Tramble. So this is an infuriating aspect of this story for anybody in the state of Washington who's ever struggled to buy a home. So Bobby Tramble, there's a couple things going on in this case. He is an employee with the Urban League. At least he still presents himself as that on his LinkedIn. He's the supervisor of homeless outreach. And he got $238,000 in taxpayer public funds to be able to just a few months ago purchase a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom home in Puyallup. $238,000. Now, there's a couple things here that I want to point out. So first is the obvious conflict of interest in self-dealing. He's an employee of the Urban League, and
does that remind you of Black Lives Matters organization? Sounds very damn familiar, doesn't it? That's the best scheme that you can jump into.
Urban League gave him $100,000 of that $238,000. And they used community reinvestment funds they'd been given by the state to get out to community members to once again benefit someone who works for them. Now, that is a story we've told you before. That was really the crux of our entire first whistleblower report. But there's an added little layer here with Bobby. Not only is Bobby an employee of the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle, he's also a career criminal.
Yep.
We looked at police reports and public records going back 35 years. And Bobby Tramble has multiple felony convictions. He's had more than 50 warrants for his arrest since 1985. He is a convicted pimp, a convicted drug dealer, someone who's been convicted.
Hey, this guy is going to move to New York for Mandani. Remember, he wants to legalize prostitution because prostitution is a way of work. Oh, man. Beer and tacos, why don't you move to a Democrat state then? Sir, I live in a Democratic state. This is the bluest, one of the bluest states that you can be in, my friend. And that's why we're going to run a little race. We're putting our name on the ballot. God willing, we will have the funds. We will have the people to put our name on the ballot. If it doesn't happen, it's okay. We'll still continue to grow this channel. But the goal is to be able to run for office. And we're going to see how much these guys can lie to us. Because you have to understand one thing from me. I'm a very, very nice guy. I really am. I'm a very, very nice guy. I love helping people. I love doing the best that I can for others. But I am not. I'm nobody's bitch. And I hate being controlled. And so if they're telling me the truth, if they're going about the right way, I will support them 100%. But if they're going to go lying, cheating the people, we're not going to stand for that. And I feel very confident about going against it. You guys don't know my life. You guys don't know what I've done before this. But I can tell you, I am a public speaker. But whether you like my accent or not is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. I don't mind speaking in front of hundreds of thousands of people, and it actually pumps me up. It actually gets me more excited. There's an adrenaline rush that I get from big crowds, and I love it, especially because I always believe in telling the truth. I think the moment that we start lying is the moment that we start failing in our life. So we'll try to keep it as much as we can, as honest and as truthful as we can. And I say as we can because nobody's perfect. Sometimes I'm going to make a mistake, just like anybody else can make a mistake. The greatest leaders have made many mistakes. You know, uh, President Trump is going to make mistakes. There were some things that I don't like on that, but these whole false testimonies and this whole hate towards this and that. It's like, dude, that's irrelevant. That is not the leader that we have in office today. And when we look at things like this convicted felon, 50 warrants, and he receives $238,000 so that he can be a homeowner because simply for one reason only, he is black. That's it. That's the qualifications. DEI at its best didn't earn it and gets it. How many of you have worked your butt off and you'll probably never be able to own a house in this country? But black privilege will get you a home. Not only are you a drug dealer, not only are you a convicted pimp, not only did you have 50 warrants for your arrest, let me think what might just happen in this house. So you want to say all these bad things about our beautiful president and his wife and the administration, and yet these are the kind of people that you support. This is why they get behind this whole rhetoric. They don't care about America as long as they're getting something for themselves. That's why you see these black people behind these corrupted politicians like Letitia James and etc. That's why you see those black people there. They're making a lot of money. Black Lives Matter. They don't care about black lives. They just care about filling their pockets with taxpayers' money. History tells me, and one of my friends, okay, thanks for following, brother. History tells me that in this country we had, ready for this, guys? This is news. This is news to many people. We had a slavery. Yeah, we had a slavery in this country. And guess who were the slave owners? White people. Huh? Oh, that's right. So were black people. Black people were also owning slaves. Black people were mistreating their slaves even worse than white people in some cases. Now, I know slavery is a very, very delicate subject. Some people believe there are more victims than others. I don't care. The matter of the fact is that people can be evil no matter what pigmentation is on their skin, no matter what party they belong to. Everybody can either be evil or good. And that is what we fight. We fight evil versus good and good versus evil. That's how it goes. And hopefully we fall right in the middle so that we are not to fall into the bad webs of lies and perversion and darkness. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense to you, good luck in life. But my point is that just because they are black leaders in an organization doesn't mean that they're going to treat the black people better. I'm going to give you one fact right now. Nobody loves black people more than white people. That's a fact. That is a fact. White people love black people more than black people love black people. I can guarantee you that. Same for Hispanics. Same for natives. Same for everybody else that you can think of. You can hate white people all you want, but it is the truth. They have sacrificed more for everybody else than other races have ever done for anybody else in this world. Is there bad people? Every color, every pigmentation of skin has bad people. Absolutely. But white people have done more for us than anybody else in this Americas. Whether you believe that or not, it doesn't matter. But it is a fact that I can tell you right now. Here, if you don't believe me, hectic, tell me, what was the population of black slaves when we started our civil war against slavery? count how many how many black slaves died in the Civil War, and then go look out how many white people died in that war to free the slaves. Not only that, but start counting how many white people go around the world helping, feeding, constructing, and giving benefits to third world countries and places where hunger has taken over. How many people from the United States of America has gone out throughout the world to be helpers and to be chaplains and to be giving hands throughout the world. It's been mostly white people, my friend. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, take it with a grain of salt. If you don't believe it, it's okay. We'll agree to disagree. But let's continue listening to her. She's actually a very good reporter. She's a little bit mellow, boring to me, but she's very smart. I don't mean that to be offensive to her. My ADHD gets bored really fast, okay? But she is very smart, and she is very good at what she does. Thank you for the subscribing there. Appreciate it. We are almost at 11,000 subscribers, guys, and that is all because of your love for this nation and for me, and I appreciate it, okay?
Convicted of unlawful possession of a firearm. Let me read you here from one of these court documents we uncovered from a 2015 case when he was a fugitive from justice. Yes, just 10 years ago. A fugitive from justice who was featured on Washington's Most Wanted with David Rose. So this is prosecutors laying out their case and trying to make an argument for a high bail. They said currently the defendant, Bobby Tramble, is on a warrant status for failing to appear to arraignment for a pending unlawful possession of a firearm, distribution of cocaine, and distribution of heroin case.
Thank you, C Unit. God bless you. 98 HD, welcome to the chat, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Man, I don't know, man. I'm kind of bored, man. I got to play a couple of seconds of this. I had to do it, man. I have to. I hope all of the members are having fun playing with the new emojis that I put on there for you guys. I will be coming up with some more. If you guys have any ideas of emojis that you want me to put on there, let me know. I can always make the background black if you guys like that better. But just for the ladies, I put Melania in there if you guys want to use her. And I'm going to go ahead and show her off to you guys with our president. This black one right here is the boss. This is the United States, we the people. This is our fight, fight, fight. And this is the sombrero for those libtards that don't like us. Welcome to all my MAGA supporters. This is MAGA country, and we put America first. I would like to tell you that if you don't like that, you are in the wrong chat, my friend. And if you have this thick skin and the guts to hear what we believe and what we support, you are more than welcome to stay with us. All right, here we go. And let's see, Uncanny says, you are one hard-working guy. Respect. Thank you, Candy. You are too kind, my friend. Beer and Tacos will disagree with that. And the fact that he's going for Harris and Newsom, it makes me feel like there is some hope for our country yet. Rush Babe, it's saluting the libtards in the chat. If you're not a libtard, don't be offended. If you're not a crazy Democrat, don't be offended. If you're not a leftist lunatic, don't be offended. If you're not a Republican crazy asshole, don't be offended. When I throw insults out there, only those that affects them or are guilty of those insults will reply in the chat. So do yourselves a favor. Number one, don't embarrass yourself. And number two, don't get kicked. MAGA supporter Gerard River in the house is one true Mexican. Even if you're not from Mexico, you're still a Mexican because the way that you put haha It's the way that us Hispanics write it in our chats. Welcome, anyways. All right, let's continue. Let's finish this up real quick. It's about a few more minutes.
In that case, the defendant was arrested in March of 2015 in possession of a handgun with 2 loaded magazines, even though he was a felon prohibited from owning a firearm, over 5 grams of cocaine, a small amount of heroin.
God dang, I'm trying to let this video go, but doggone it. So he was he was already convicted of owning a firearm illegally, and then got caught having a firearm. That, oh man, it's just unbelievable. See, that this is the best example of a democratic blue city and state.
And a large amount of cash. The money was separated into stacks
This is what the government looks like in blue states. Oh my gosh, we are doomed.
of $100. Officers later determined that the handgun recovered in the defendant's car had been stolen in a residential burglary in May of 2014. 2 days after his arrest, the defendant was out of custody and selling narcotics to undercover SPD officers. Additionally, it appears from the discovery provided in this case that the defendant was likely engaged in the promotion of prostitution during the past several months, although...
Hold on, Brandy. Let's see. Miss Petersburg says majority of New Yorkers didn't vote. They gave up. Miss, that is the exact same truth here in Washington State. Republicans have given up on voting. They had this last race. They had a retired sheriff, I believe it was, and man, he had so much potential. He had the credentials, he had the experience. He just didn't have the talk. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to walk the walk and talk the talk. You got to have both. And I'm going to tell you, I watched the the debate for governor, and oh my gosh, I was biting my tongue. It was painful. My anxiety kicked in. I was suffering. I was unable to say anything back to this governor that we have today. And thank you for the super chat. Give me 1 second, Hector. And I'm just like, bro, this is so easy for you to reply to him. Don't let him intimidate you. The truth is what's going to make you look good. And the guy started telling a story, and then he ran out of time telling a story. You don't want to tell stories when you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to answer a question. You know, and I can see Bob Ferguson, the governor that we have here in Washington State, you know, he's taking notes on how he's going to rebuttal what he's saying, and he's smiling like he already knows how he's going to get him. And oh, man, I'm sitting there watching, and I'm just like, please let me move aside. Let me talk for you. Let's see how this guy handles pressure. You know, and I mean, listen, when I have to be patient, it's a lot of work, but I can do it. I can do it. Here in my chat, this is my chat. It gets frustrating. People trigger me, yes, because I get frustrated that I'm trying to help people understand or get a different point of view of what they're understanding, and then I get jackasses in here that just come in to try to trigger somebody. Let's see. The Hectic Channel, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Give me a second here. Oh, man, just spilled my coffee on that. Thank you for the super chat. It says, at least his best friend isn't Epstein like Trump. Well, I can tell you this. I had friends before that I considered, give me a second, that I considered best friends. And let me tell you, they turn out to be not the kind of people that you want to hang around with, but that doesn't make me one of them. You know, just like you guys are here in my chat, you can say whatever you want about President Trump and all these things that you believe, but at the end of the day, I can tell you that especially those that are on the left have shown me, have proven to me that they are more hateful than anybody else that I have met out there on the real world. And so if that doesn't open up your eyes, I don't know what else will. But I understand the saying, right? If you hang out with wolves, you're gonna learn to howl. I get it. But that's not how I judge people. I judge people about how they behave today because I believe that every day is a chance for anyone to change the course of their life. So thank you for the super chat there, Hectic. I appreciate that. And that's, guys, that's how you get your questions answered, okay? So especially when you're trying to demand something. Liberty for All is in the house trying to take the stream boss lead. Bernil, better watch out. He's going to take you out. Although Bernil already has the highest super chat in here, so he's going to be there for a while. What's up, everybody? Bernie, I see you. Let's get this thing going. Where's my brother from another mother, Junior? Where is the lovely woman, Trinity? You know what? You're right. Let me hit this guys with a little text message here. Trinity, where art thou? People are asking for you. Give me a second. Let me send them a text message really quick. I think I have Junior in here as well. All right, I got him on the caller phone. Guys, if you guys want to call in, put a super chat on there. Let me know so I don't miss it. Let me message. All right, we'll see. We'll see if he replies. Thank you, Liberty, for the super chat, brother. You almost took Berniel out, but yeah, he came in here strong tonight, bro. Dirty Money. Bro, I was going to subscribe to your channel, but you don't do any lives or anything, so I don't know what the channel is about, my friend. Nonetheless, I still love your support and you being in here. I appreciate it. Hey, Berniel, did you notice we got a lot more wrenches on the house? We're steering more towards allowing patriots to have a voice in our chat, and we're trying to drown out a lot of noise of things that are not helpful. They're not, constructive criticism, or it's not helping that conversation. So, bro, I was going to answer the super chat, Bill Liberty, and you made me spill my whole coffee, bro. Now I got to make a new badge, which is okay. That was my fault for not using the cup holder that I have on my desk. Yes, I have a cup holder on my desk, and dumbass me didn't use it, so pay the price. Luckily, nothing important got hit with the coffee, and I was almost done with it, but nonetheless, it happened. Hi, Lori Lou. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to our Friday night, crazy Friday night. We have a couple of videos to go through. I have at least 3 more hours. So we're going to be here. Berniel already paid for 2 hours of streaming. Now, I only say 3 hours because I do have to go pick up my mother-in-law. Otherwise, somebody's going to steal her at the casino. But if we get big super chats, we will continue doing this as long as we can until we can no longer go. So thank you, Berniel, for pushing us for a couple hours and for Liberty to keep adding to that clock. Thank you guys for that. Zizek says, Berniel, Liberty for All says, Berniel, you're the boss always. Man, he really is. Let me tell you something about Berniel, and this is just something that I know from him personally that I've noticed. For one, he has a good heart. For two, he's actually a patriot. He is a business owner, and he is tired of corrupted politicians taking advantage of the people and putting Americans last. So, so that's what I think about Berniel, and I am looking forward to actually partnering up with him in the near future. So there's that, and Liberty for All says coffee is the drink of the gods on the morning, but right now is beers. I'll promise you this. I'm not gonna drink on the show except for coffee. But if we get together, okay, if we get together, I will definitely have a few beers with you, okay? I promise that. Let's see. David, are you saying I'm not? No, David. If you missed the message, I say if something if you feel guilty or you feel something is addressed to you, I leave it to your own conscience. Every comment that I make is all generalized until somebody actually takes ownership of that comment. I hope that makes sense. Manuel, I'm going to tell you right now, Manuel, I don't like the comment that you made on one of my videos where you are actually accusing me and smearing my good name, sir. I don't appreciate that. Do me a favor. When the next time you leave comments on my videos or in my shorts, just put your opinion down and don't be calling me a liar or telling me that I'm a hypocrite on this and that. Put your opinion, but don't direct it directly to me. Opinion about the matter, about the subject. Don't opinion about me or my opinion. Does that make sense? I will appreciate it. That's how you keep respect going back and forth. And here, if you talk directly to me, I'm going to talk directly to you, etc. But most of the time, I will just go out there and generalize a comment. And if you get upset, it's on you. You take responsibility for that comment. All right, we're going to continue to listening to this, how this fugitive felon became a homeowner simply by being black. And let's remind you guys the summary of what he has on record. 50 warrants for his arrest. He was caught with drilling drug cocaine. He was caught with illegal firearm. And then he got caught after being convicted of that with a firearm again. And after all of that, he became a house owner, was given $238,000 to be a homeowner simply because of the color of his skin. Reparations. It works.
Charges relating to that have not yet been filed. The defendant's criminal history includes prior convictions for unlawful possession of a firearm in the first degree, 3 counts felony voxa, which is a drug crime, delivery of cocaine, promoting prostitution in the first degree, promoting prostitution in the second degree, on and on and on. The defendant has 47.
Bro, this guy is going to be the perfect right-hand man for Mamondami.
Cases showing warrant activity, and there have been 50 warrants issued out of King County for his arrest since 1986. What does that get you in Washington State? It gets you $250,000.
I'm sorry, Brandy, but we have a new stream boss in the house, and I cannot ignore it. My patriots, throw those emojis out there if you are a member of this channel. You're the big boss, El Jefe, El Patron, and Liberty says, I always say this, as you keep talking, I will keep drinking. Que pasa, vato? Let's go. Continue the fun. We get an extension of another 15, 20 seconds on this dance. Let's get it. And that's how you drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Paul Warner, how are you, my friend? Welcome to the chat tonight. It's Friday night. Everybody should be having fun in the house. All of my patrons, thank you for being here. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your support. And men, if you have missed it, we have a felon that had received $238,000 to buy his own house here in Washington State, because reparations says that if your skin color is a little bit darker shade or brown, you qualified for reparations somehow.
$1 million in free taxpayer money to buy a house. Forget the connection to the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle. Think of how many people out there have done everything right, have gone to school, graduated from school, got jobs, and still cannot afford to buy a home, have never been in trouble a day in their life,
Yep.
and aren't getting jack shit from the state of Washington except high taxes.
Damn, Brandy.
So it adds this really in what this whistleblower report focuses on are a couple things. Yes, we provide these two instances just in the interest of sharing the growing list of Urban League insiders who are benefiting. In addition to Bobby Tramble, there's also a man named Joseph Manaway, who we've uncovered with help from our whistleblower. He's a local preacher, very well connected, and according to documents that we've obtained, he got $100,000 from the Urban League, and his LinkedIn currently lists himself as the director of fund development at the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle. So add two more names to the rapidly growing list of insiders who've benefited from taxpayer funds that were entrusted to the Urban League of Seattle to get out to deserving and qualifying community members. So that in and of itself is enough here. But you add that added layer of the fundamental unfairness.
Now, I want to add something here to this. Okay, you know how the whole leftist Democrat, they shut down the government. They say us Republicans, the president, all these people are evil. It's our fault. Blah blah blah. How can we send $40 billion to Argentina? No one that is an investment. How can we send money here? How can we send money there? We don't have money. Don't send the $2,000 checks. We don't have money. And yet, in blue states like mine, one person receives $238,000 to be a homeowner. Yet we have lots of homeless on the street. Yet, as Brandy says, people have worked their butts off. They've done everything right. They have been law-abiding. And they can't afford to get a cheap house. That, my friends, I know it probably doesn't make sense to say a cheap house, because cheap is no longer cheap or economical. It's way too hard to be a homeowner in Washington State today than it was 10, 15 years ago. Absolutely truth. Absolute truth.
Of a program like this.
Dennis, Liberty for All is a true patriot. Our range would be well deserved.
Kid's black.
You know what? You're right.
He's in his late 20s.
Hold on, Brandy. Sorry. But the problem is Liberty for All is always borracho, man. He's always drunk. He's just going to kick everybody out, including members. I don't know if that would be a good thing. I'm just kidding. You're 100% right, brother.
He graduated from high school, got great grades, went to college. She said he's worked a job since he was 16 years old. Sometimes he's worked 2 jobs, has never been in trouble. Good kid. But he's in his late 20s in Washington. Basically, anyone in their late 20s in Washington has a hell of a hard time buying a home. So as a member of the black community in Seattle, he applied through the Urban League to try to get his hands on some of these funds that were given to the Urban League for just that purpose. Went through.
Per Bernier's advice, Liberty, you have been given level 5 access, and you are in control of part of the chat to be good in this channel. There you go, my friend. Welcome to the club, my friend.
All the hoops, only to be told that he wasn't going to be accepted, wasn't going to get the money. And members of the community had been told that the money that the Urban League had to give out had dried up. And then after they're telling people the money's dried up, they're giving these, 6-figure payouts to their own employees. And in this case, an employee who was a career criminal. Now, maybe he's kept his nose clean for the last 10 years. He now works in homeless outreach. I think that's great. You know, if he was able to turn his life around and he's not engaged in any sort of criminal conduct and he's found something useful and meaningful to do with his life, I think that's fantastic. I have people who've committed crimes in my own family. I want nothing more than for them to continue to lead productive lives and leave that past behind them. It doesn't mean you get a free house. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean you get $250,000 in our hard-earned money, people who have done nothing but pay taxes and follow the law. So a convicted pimp and drug dealer who carried around a loaded stolen gun that was taken from a home in a residential burglary, that he gets $250,000 to make it easier to buy a home.
Yep.
But that really is the essence of what this whole program was designed to do. The Community Reinvestment Program was passed again by Democrats to make amends for the war on drugs, to help people who were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. I don't know about you, but when I hear, war on drugs, first of all, I don't think you should serve a lengthy prison sentence for drug possession, simple possession, where it's for personal use, you're addicted to drugs, and you're in a crisis. And I think that there were times in the 80s and 90s where people got awfully high jail or prison sentences when they probably should have got or been given some form or fashion of help for their substance abuse issue. But that's not what we're talking about here with Bobby Trample. If anything...
Thank you for the super chat, Liberty. I have known this. Sometimes the law inclines to a criminal, and then they have more money. Let's not forget the I can't breathe guy. Yep. Well, not only that, but he got a statue made of himself. They actually worship this guy. A lot of white governors on the blue states and cities were out there fake crying over his casket as if he actually meant anything to them. And we know that it was all a farce. Everything was fake. And that's what they do, to just play on people's emotions. This is how they conquer. They conquer on people's emotions. But the moment that those emotions are played wrong, the people will turn against them. I'd rather lead with common sense and truth and let that be the actual measure that we use to guide and lead our country.
He perpetuated the war on drugs by dealing drugs to these very community members who then went to prison when they were caught with those narcotics. But I mean, the essence of the program is really about helping criminals. In a lot of cases, I mean, there's a huge element of the program that we haven't even gotten into yet that is specifically to assist people with re-entry into the community. So specifically to help people once they get out of prison. And again, I'm all for that.
Berniel has a point. Zizek, bring back vocational careers to senior high school. Auto mechanics is for life. I agree with that. Student will secure a job to be self-sufficient citizen to pay through college. I believe, let's say, give me a second, guys. Trinity has the flu, guys. So she's been having a really hard time with the flu, but she says, thanks for waking me up. Because I would have never been able to sleep the rest of the night. So who knows? Maybe her headache goes away and then she will join us, guys. And then the chat will light up 50% more capacity here. You know what? I believe that I am not sure why, people have been brainwashed with this more money, so to speak. If you learn mechanics, right, with cars, oil changes, tires, everything that has to do with the car, engine work, transmission, all this stuff on here, you will be better off and you will actually have a chance to make yourself your own boss. Just like Berniel has made his own boss, and he's got a couple of mechanic shops where they do maintenance for transmissions and things like that for the car. That's what he's preaching. He sees a lot of value on it, and a master's degree on sociology is not going to give you nothing. And how much did you spend in college for that? There's a lot of useless, not the people, but the studies that they pick. It's like you want to spend thousands and thousands of dollars so that you can learn how to draw. That's your prerogative, and if you have it, go for it. But the people should not be paying a lot of money for education that should be free. Let's not forget that these universities get billions of dollars from federal funds. So why are they so expensive? Why are coaches getting paid millions of dollars to coach a football team, which is a recreational? It is a part of an entertainment for the students to have fun and go to the stadium and watch the football. Why are they making millions of dollars salaries for a sport? To be a coach for a sport, imagine that. There should be a cap. Hey, you can make $150,000 as a coach. Boom, here it is. Call me crazy, but I think that millions of dollars can make a lot of $40,000 to $50,000 paychecks for people to actually go to school and not have to pay for their tuitions. I believe that. But what tuitions should we take care of? We should take care of doctors, physicians, surgeons, lawyers, right? Things that are really beyond the high school, college level, where you need a person to be almost a genius to teach you how to do such thing. But everything else, you want to learn how to do furniture. You want to make your own pillows, right? At the pillow man. You want to do your own business in photography. Whatever field you want, it should be available at high school levels already. There's nothing else that you're going to learn in college that you didn't already learn in high school. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to tell you that by the time that I was a senior in high school, I was taking calculus, math, for what? For what? For nothing. I took chemistry. For what? For nothing. Nothing. But if I would have learned how to do photography when I was in high school, you might think, oh, that's stupid. Well, maybe. But you get so much experience. You get so much hands-on. You're actually using part of your time as a teenager to learn these things. And I think that, vocational schools, trade schools and all this stuff, I think that's a lot better for our country. And to be honest, it'll be a lot better for the economy. You will have a lot of better pricing. For these services to be available. You will have a lot more of those local businesses. You don't have to drive so far. You will drive up competitive prices. People will not take advantage of you on how they want. People will still be successful. They will make their money, etc. I mean, there's so many things that they can learn, and so. I can appreciate that, Berniel. That's a good comment, and I don't know if I went off of what you were. Talking about, but I think that's actually a great idea, and I support it 100%. Now, for those of you who are not MAGA supporters and you want to have some dirt on us, I do have a video coming up that I am going to disagree with from the Trump administration, so stay tuned for that. Let's go ahead and finish up Brandy's commentary here.
I want people to have a chance at a better life and make sure they're on a better path forward. But the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle gets millions of dollars in private donations. They can do that with that money. They can do that with that money. And it doesn't mean that you should get tens of thousands of dollars to pay off credit card debt that you've racked up to put you in a better position to buy a home. It doesn't mean that taxpayers should foot the bill for you to start a business or to purchase a house or a condo. So there's this real fundamental unfairness and discriminatory aspect of this program.
Yeah, so let's make one point clear, guys. I read that comment, David. I don't know everything about everything. I know something about everything. That's why some people say that I'm gay. But that's not the fact. The fact is that I know something about everything. And the reason why I know something about everything is because I use common sense. I don't let legacy media dictate what I believe or how to think. I agree with them when they think the way that I think. But if they don't use common sense, if they don't use neutrality, if they don't use facts of what's actually happening, when they're putting words out there, like, for example, I hate it when people do this. There is a video of a man shooting another guy, and they say the alleged shooter. Alleged? It's right there. He is the shooter. There is no alleged. It's the shooter. Call him the shooter. Those kind of comments get on my nerves. All right. So I don't know everything about everything. So that comment that you made right there from Neil Tyson, especially Neil Tyson that thinks he knows everything about everything, that tells you that's actually for him to understand first. Okay. And then second, I don't know everything about everything. I know something about everything. It's that simple, guys.
At the baseline, gifting people public funds based on their skin pigmentation is wrong. The federal government should take a look at this. There is no way in the world it should be lawful. And the only reason Democrats get around it is the way that they word state law. They basically say, well, these funds should go to community programs that match these skin pigments. But they put the wording in there.
All of my brother's favorite sister is in the house. I have to wake her ass up so she can come be here and participate. Welcome, sis.
Including, but not limited to. So then they can say, oh, we're not excluding white people. Yeah, I would love to see a white person walk into the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle and ask them if they could get help with a home down payment. Would love to see how that works out for them. Mm-hmm. So as you guys know, as we've been tracking this story, and there is so much more to come, we're going to be on this like a dog on a bone because apparently the legacy media doesn't care about it at all. One other news organization, since we broke this story at the end of October, the Center Square of Washington, all the credit in the world to them for picking it up and going to investigate other aspects of self-dealing within this program and adding to our reporting, doing their own reporting, which has had fantastic results so far. The only other outlet in the state that's been willing to pick it up. I was joking with Nicole today. I said, how many days until the Seattle Times does a story on this? But only as a way to paint me as a bigot for exposing it, because you know that story is coming. So we do this story end of October. And I'll tell you, I was inundated and continue to be inundated with emails, social media comments from members of Seattle's Black community who are livid about this. Not mad at me, mad at the Urban League, who say that they feel wronged, who say they've lost trust in the Urban League. And we continue to talk to those individuals. One of them, a former Urban League employee, is quoted in the story that came out this morning, which you can find no paywall on Patreon and Locals. But you'll remember a couple weeks ago after a story aired, the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle posted a statement about it on their social media pages. I'm going to read that for you again in full because it's important in the context of our continued investigation. The Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle is aware of recent media reports and remains steadfast in its commitment to transparency, accountability, and equity across all programs. Our organization operates under strict guidelines and eligibility requirements established by the Washington State Department of Commerce, ensuring every applicant is treated fairly and equitably. We take all concerns about program administration seriously and remain dedicated to maintaining the public's trust in every aspect of our work. The allegations made about our organization contain false and misleading claims. We deny these assertions and stand firmly by our record. Here's the problem. Despite multiple requests that they do so, the Urban League has never...
That's true, Manuel. And that's because they don't want you to be smart enough to be independent. They want you to somehow be dependent on the government in some way. And they try to feed you so that you become loyal to them. They don't try to make you independent. They want you to always be dependent with them. And that's what I'm against when it comes to that part of the government.
Explain to us what is false and misleading about our report. If there was truly something false about our report, I would have anticipated a cease and desist. This is an organization that has hundreds of millions of dollars.
Guys, if you haven't done so already, can you please give me a like on the video? I will appreciate it. It's free, doesn't cost anything, and it supports my channel as well. Manuel, you better hit that like button. You're coming over here talking all this smack. But that last comment was actually correct.
Massive donors. If there was actually something false about the report, they would have sued us over it by now. They would have sent us a cease and desist, and they haven't. And they haven't answered, including up to yesterday, an email that we sent saying, listen, we want to follow up on the statement that you put out ahead of another report that we're publishing tomorrow. And certainly, if there is anything that we have said and reported on that is false or misleading, detail that for us, and we would be more than happy. In fact, it is our duty and obligation to make a correction. And you know by now that I'm happy to make a correction if we got something wrong.
Yeah.
But we didn't get anything wrong. All of this is based on publicly available data and information.
Which is good.
The other thing that I want to point out in that Urban League statement, and if you go to this statement on their Facebook page, you'll see members of the Black community who aren't mad at me. They're mad at the Urban League.
Yep.
The Urban League says in here that it has a commitment to transparency and accountability.
Thank you, sis.
Where's the transparency?
Yep.
Where's the accountability? We've asked multiple times. In the interest of transparency to the community you serve, provide us with a list of names.
You see, guys, that's what I'm trying to portray to you guys. That's the kind of people I want on my channel. People that use the information that is out there publicly for everybody to see. You know why I love Trinity so much and respect her smart and her wisdom, her intelligence, because she does research. She goes out there and grabs public information that is available to anybody, makes up her own mind, and then makes a decision and then makes an opinion about everything that she does. That is the kind of patriots I want on my channel. And I can tell you this, the more that we get people like this together in one place, the better we are going to become at being real patriots in this country. Yeah, we're all patriots, but I'm talking about real patriots. What do I mean by that? More assertive, more sure of what's actually going on. Instead of having these crazy opinions or theories from the left, from the right, who gives a crap about that? I want to see people like Brandy here that does their homework, does their research. She is 100% smarter than me when it comes to journalism and investigative and all this stuff. I use my common sense as best as I can, but people like her, people like Trinity are way smarter than I am, a lot smarter than I am. That's no doubt. I'm just a simply speaker here, so to speak. Right? I'm just hosting my show, the Dennis Herrera show. But it is people like you, people like Brandy, people like Trinity, people like Brian and all these other patrons that I have in here that have that knowledge and that wisdom. And I can tell you, if you are new to my channel, not everybody that is a member of my channel or subscriber agree with me on everything. There's things that they disagree with me, but they're not going to fight me about it. They're going to push forward with the things that are positive and the things that are helping our country. Maybe everything I say is not what they want to hear, but they know that I fight for my country. They know that I put Americans first. They know that I am pro-migration, pro-legal migration. They know that I'm against people breaking the law. They know I'm against drugs in this country. They know I'm against cartels. They know I'm against corrupted politicians. They know that I will hold President Trump accountable if he is found guilty of anything that he has done. But at the same time, I am not going to overlook and overshadow the idea or my opinion or my appreciation for everything that he has been doing for us in this country, because I will never forget how we were the laughingstock of the world with President Biden and the administration. I will not forget how they kept the government, the country down, even when Trump was president. I will not forget all the lies that they told us about COVID-19. I will not forget how they made us look like criminals because we wouldn't get vaccinated. I will not forget how they put the people in church, in jails for gathering to worship and allow thousands of protesters to go on the street when they were putting Christians in jail. I will not forget all those things. So everything that President Donald Trump has done and the administration, I am 100% approval with them. And I appreciate them and I love them for that. And I have learned to have so much love and respect for President Donald Trump because of the persecutions that he has had, because of all the negativity that comes upon him. The mistake that he has made, I get it. He's going to make mistakes. It's going to look horrible. It's going to look bad. You can't change the past. You cannot change that. But I'm going to tell you right now, everything that he has done to lower the prices in our economy for food, for gas, all that stuff is true. And I've seen it. And if you don't pay attention to what's going on in your local government, you're going to miss it. But I can tell you right now, I saw prices drop. And as soon as the new taxes from our cities went in effect, prices went right back up and higher than ever before. So it doesn't matter what the president tries to do. If the government, local government, makes it impossible for businesses to thrive, makes it impossible for taxes to stay down, makes it impossible for wages to go up, we are not going to see the difference. They do that on purpose. Well, maybe they're just stupid. They don't know how to run a budget. They overspend. They waste money on social programs that shouldn't even exist, like $238,000 for a criminal guy that has 50 warrants, that has all these criminal felonies, like actual felonies, not make-up charges. $238,000 for this mofo, which is probably going to ruin the community that he's going to move into, because he's probably going to go in there and sell drugs and become a dealer in there, etc. And maybe I'm wrong, but the fact is $238,000. I haven't received $100 from them. Just saying, right? So we're going to continue to grow this channel with American patriots, with people that believe that this country needs to be first, but it has to be fair. We do not believe that your skin pigmentation should dictate what benefits you get and what benefits you don't get.
Let's just put all our cards on the table, because if not, this is going to be a leak, 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 drip, 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 drip. And I'll tell you what, my experience as a reporter, better to get it all out there at once and move on.
Breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. Junior Vasquez cannot join us. He is hanging out with his wife, so he won't be here with us tonight, but he will be with us tomorrow night.
But instead, we have to go out there, follow up on tips and sources, and work with our whistleblower, Corey Orvold. And we're going to continue to push out stories. Every time we find another Urban League insider who benefited from this money, we're going to continue to push out individual stories. Do you want that? Or do you just want to give us the list of names? And they say, and they've told us that this is a privacy issue. That's bullshit. It's not a privacy issue. Why is it not a privacy issue? Because when you buy a house, you have to file those documents with the county. Those documents are publicly available for people who want them. So there's no data as part of any of this, no information that the public can't get its hands on if it knows what to look for. So there's no privacy to be protected. Does that make sense? So they're just making up an excuse. They just know that that list is probably very long. And that list probably does not look very good for them. I sent them an email yesterday asking them if they've taken any internal actions to begin any sort of internal review. As you know, we reported on it yesterday. The Urban League of Tacoma has already, even though they weren't the subject of our reporting, put their CEO on leave. And
I don't think I'm ever going to finish this video with Brandy. Hectic says Trump has the highest deficit. Maybe. We'll see. Zizek says, Dennis, what do you think of the segments of MAGA who are becoming disillusioned with Trump? Well, number one, just because we're MAGA doesn't mean that people are not emotional on things. I think that the Democrats have done a great job at becoming expert liars and deceivers, and they have put in people's brains that priority is not housing issues. It's not the homeless. It's not the war on drugs. It's not the illegal immigration. It's not wars around the world. It's not anything that has to do with protecting us. It's nothing to do with prosperity for our future generations. It has nothing to do with that. It is all about Epstein files. Epstein, 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 Epstein. Everything is Epstein. And people buy that. And of course, Trump already has a bad history. We know this. We know this. But they play on the emotions of people. And I'm not going to lie to you. I watch the same things that you guys watch. And let me tell you something. I can understand why people will turn. I can understand how people can be deceived. But see, I'm very stubborn. You will not convince me by simple words alone. You got to show me facts. And the Epstein files is not priority to me. It will come out when it comes out. I don't really care. War on drugs is very real. What did Manuel just say? What? Oh, I thought Manuel said something about war is not on crime is not real. I'm going to tell you something. Here in Washington State, I'm going to tell you something. Here in Washington State, we had a lot of tweakers on the street. Now, the local government takes credit, 100% credit, for the arrest of cartel members, over 200 here in Washington State. They take credit for this. And they say that they took tons of drugs off the street. But you know who did that? It wasn't the local government. They don't collaborate with ICE. They don't collaborate with our federal agents because they know that we're busting illegal criminals and we're fighting on drugs. The FBI. DHS, ICE, these were the people that came in here and took care of that. Does President Trump get credit for that? No. We give him credit because we see the news and we post it. But the local government here in Washington State, a blue state, they take credit for all of that, but they don't take credit for any of the stuff like the stuff that Brandy's talking about with housing, waste of money, etc. Oh, guys, tonight is going to be a great night. I got so much information. If you were not a MAGA before tonight, after tonight, if you're not a MAGA, I don't know what else is going to help you see the truth. But this is nothing. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It's not even the tip of the iceberg. It's just looking at it. We're not on there yet. Trust me. We're going to hit some good points. And if you are a leftist or a Democrat and you don't like President Trump, I want you to stick around because I'm going to say some negative things about the administration of President Donald Trump. Stick around.
Launched an independent third-party investigation because there's now been some concerns from their community about how they may have handled community reinvestment program funds. And again, they're not even the subject of our story yet. I'll just put a little pin in that for you. So what has the Urban League of Metropolitan Seattle done? We don't know. For all this talk of transparency and accountability, they sure aren't showing much interest in being transparent or accountable. Now, as you know, and we have...
Put him in timeout. That's all I ask. Put him in timeout. Give him a 5, give him a 10, put him a 30, and they continue. Give him 24. Don't block, though. Okay? Just put him in timeout.
Have another story. We had so much information that we've gathered between our last report and this one. It was too much to put all in the same follow-up report, so we have another one airing next week. And it's going to talk about some of the gatekeeping within the Black community. That there are people...
Patrick Dyson, that sounds about right. I don't think any of us agree with the 50-year mortgage thing. I know that's something that Trump says, and well, there you go. We don't agree with that.
Who are mad that this story...
Oh, Tyler, I don't know if I say hi to you, my friend. Welcome. I want to make sure that I give love to my people, Brian and my man and the house. So good to see you guys. You guys are welcome to congratulate and welcome our newest member, Mr. Official. I think that he's going to have a lot of great input for us in the future. And he might just be one of our future admins to be able to moderate the chat for patriots to have fun and enjoy the time being here amongst family and friends.
It was brought by a black whistleblower to a white lady. And you will not believe some of the correspondences that we have uncovered as part of their efforts to keep this within the black community, even though the taxpayer money is all of our money. Black, white, Asian. So you're saying if we're not black, then we're not able to demand accountability for our money?
We got you, Zizek. Don't worry about it.
That makes no sense. And then, of course, we continue to hear from Republican state lawmakers, no Democrats thus far, who say that they are eager to look into this. I'll just read you this quick. Andrew Barkis, who's a state representative, Republican from Olympia, who sits on the House Housing Committee.
I see you, Heath. Welcome, my brother. Welcome. I see you. God bless you. And thank you for joining us tonight, man, Friday night. Hope the family is doing good. God bless you and your family, my friend.
He told me in a text message, recent information and allegations on the unfair allocation practices of the CRP funding are very concerning. He said, when the people the program is designed for are passed over.
Freshly, welcome to the chat, my patriot. You know what, Freshly, I think that you are overdue for this, my friend. Let's see if I got you on my chat. You are overdue, brother. I am building an army of patriots and MAGA supporters. I think a lot of people think that MAGA supporters mean that you follow Trump till death. That's not what MAGA supporter means. MAGA means Make America Great Again, and that is a slogan from the Ronald Reagan era. As far as I can remember, that's the first time I heard it. President Trump is following that step, and so are we, and we believe that America should be great again. All right, so we stand for our country. President Trump is doing a good job so far, but, you know, we'll hold them accountable just like we hold everybody accountable for everything that they don't do the legal way. All right?
Over to provide the taxpayer-funded resources to felons and others who benefit from who they know the system is broken.
Welcome, Jake.
As you know, Republicans tried to introduce 2 bills this past legislative session that would have prevented some of this self-dealing, put more safeguards in place. Democrats wouldn't hear them. Senate Minority Leader John Braun has said he's going to reintroduce those bills this session. Will Democrats hear them this time around? We don't know. In the meantime, we followed up with the Department of Commerce to ask where their investigation stands. We also know the Attorney General's office has been in contact with our whistleblower, so TBD in that regard. But I think just fundamentally, there's a problem here with the program, which I think I was just getting out of mainstream news at the time that this program was being thought up, so perhaps didn't cover it with the vigor that I should have. We can't award taxpayer money to people based on race. HUD has a role in this. Housing and Urban Development needs to be investigating this and threatening to pull other funding if programs like this don't cease. Because we now have multiple programs. I mentioned $238,000 for Bobby Tramble, the career felon. $100,000 of that came from Urban League, but $138,000 came from another program that does something very similar, the newly passed Covenant Homeownership Reparations Program that provides money toward down payment assistance to first-time homebuyers of color. Neither of those programs should be legal. They're both discrimination, and we're going to continue to point out problems with how those.
Thank you, Brandy. Great information. If you guys haven't subscribed, I recommend you guys hear how she talks, so it's up to you guys if you want to subscribe. But the channel is called Undivided with Brandy Cruz. Hopefully she doesn't get mad that I'm using her videos to criticize her information and to learn from her wisdom. All right. Thank you guys for being in here. Let's see how many we get triggered with this Gulf of America hat. This is what we do, guys. We live to trigger people by just using our freedom of speech. But see, official, I can't offend my patriots. What can I say? Guys, freedom of speech is a freedom of expression. This is not insulting. This is not calling anybody any names. All right. Just enjoy it. It's for fun. My next one, of course, is Make America Great Again. Now, this is the Chinese. No, this is not Chinese version. This is Bangladesh, made in India. So get it right the next time you judge me. My next hat, as a matter of fact, my most favorite hat so far is the newest one to my collection. Hey, baby, can you do me a favor? Can you get my gold hat down, please? My most favorite hat from the collection, it's my USA 4547 black and gold. It just looks beautiful. And you know what? I think I want to use this kind of design. Thank you, love. Made in America. This is from the Trump store. Yes, it's $47 plus tax. I like this. The hard part of here is pretty big. And the beautiful golden letters on there. It's got the beautiful 45, 47 letters. I want to make a hat like this with big lettering on it. I got to find out what type of hat model this is, etc. And I want to have a DHS, Dennis Herrera show on there. And I want to put a 2025 on this side right here for me. Or maybe I'll just put 40, 47 like the president. And, of course, the American flag is beautiful, but I don't know if I can actually get that design in there. But this is my most favorite hat. I just love the dark black with the golden letters. My second most favorite beautiful mix is a dark blue, navy blue with the golden letters, kind of like the Michigan uniform, right? When I was in high school, I went to Mariner High School, and we had the M like Michigan. And we didn't have the Wolverine hat, but we did have the navy blue, silky feeling pants. It was so comfortable. It was so nice. And the golden letters on it, I thought was beautiful. So let's see. Oh, Rush Babe, I saw Gulf of America is more inclusive. Absolutely. I believe it. Gulf of America is not Gulf of the United States of America. Gulf of America is the continent. Right? It's not just given just because of the United States, even though that's how we see it, but it's more the whole continent of the North America. So I think that actually goes good. DHS with those colors will be awesome, right? I know. Man, I really wish that I can find somebody that can do this type of work. Look how big the letters are, and those numbers, man. They're just, oh man. If you see them in person, guys. It's really, really nice. I really like the golden letters on it. It's the same as this one, but you see how in the white, well, the lighting, the white reflects it more, so you don't get to see it that good. But, same with the 45, 47. It looks so much better on the black, I think. And then, of course, you guys already know the Make America Great. This is the Chinese version with the white lettering. And there is one with the black lettering, which I believe Elon Musk actually wore in one of the meetings at the White House before he went nuts with his drugs. Super chat from Liberty for All. What you say? I don't think that hat gets people going. I think it's that Trump was right about everything. Put it on and you will see. Uh-oh. I don't know, man. $5 super chat. I think you're asking for too much. But because you are a moderator. All right, my friend. You got it. You got it. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hello, David. How are you? Welcome to the chat. Where's my Bernal hat? I think my Bernal hat is up there. I'm sorry, man. I don't want to make my wife get up again. I think that, or I left it in the car because that's when I did my last live and I was wearing Bernal's hat. Is Bernal's hat up there, babe? The black one with the red symbol?
Yeah, it's in the car.
In the car, right? No, that's the USA ones. Can you bring me the red hat that Bernal sent me? The one with the nice...
I love this material.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no. It's right here.
Okay, Barack, awesome. I'll put that on next. Okay, so I got Bernal's merch right here.
I love this one, too.
This is from the business. Bernal with another super chat. That's another 2 hours I got to spend here. So I'll see how I can split the time because I got to pick up my wife. Get that hat off. Let me show it off over here. Bernal, my wife is trying to steal my hats, man. All right, so this fits my wife's head, but mine is too big. It doesn't fit me. And we're missing the S on here, but I love the feeling right here. It's kind of spongy. In here is also kind of spongy, so it's very comfortable on your forehead. And I like the breathable in the back. I love it. You can see I kept your symbol on it. Yeah, it's a little bit too small for my head, but if you compare it with this one, you see that? I don't know if you can tell there, but this one is a lot bigger right here. This one is a smaller, so maybe this is for like women head or just a teenager head. But I do love the material. I think that was pretty awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Right, babe? Yeah, it's my wife says that she loves that as well. So, yeah, the quality feels very nice. And this little border that they put on here, this little strip string, it gives it a little bit of character, and I love that as well. So thank you, Bernal, for that. Dora, Bernal just dropped another 100 on the chat. This guy is officially my sponsor, it looks like. YouTube, don't take that in there, okay? This is not official. But I'll tell you what, if we get sponsors like that all the time, I think we don't need YouTube's advertising, and we can do our own advertising on this channel. I am hoping to take it to 100,000 subscribers, and then we can make steady money every month, and then we can start building maybe some nonprofit organizations, or we can pick up some donations, or we can just literally grab money that we make in this channel, and then we can go do our own thing. And I will take you, my members and subscribers, I will take you with me live while we are delivering whatever it is that we're going to be doing for our community. If we're able to sponsor a barbecue with anybody, can come to the park and get some free hot dogs, water, or even some sodas, you guys will be there watching live. I have so many things that I want to do, guys. I think it's going to be amazing. And if we don't get a chance to run, right, for government, because I really want to do it, but if we don't get a chance to, we might have to start smaller. And that was going to be one way that we're going to do it. So with that being said, I think Bernal is sick and tired of waiting. we have a whole clip of doing the dance from the boss, El Jefe, El Patron, the big kahuna. Enjoy and drop all those emojis on there. When we come back, we'll go to our next video. Here we go. Like a boss. The big jefe, big kahuna, Berniel, you are the man, and liberty for all says the same thing. And I know Trinity is going to give you some props. Thank you for that, bro. Oh, snap. Liberty for all says, shut up. You ain't the only one. It's Liberty for all drops another 100 on the chat. And it says, Berniel, I love you all the way, but you ain't taking this. Get out my house, he says. My man, you are the man always. Oh, man, these guys just love the dancing. Come on, members. I want you to throw those emojis out there. And I love torturing those haters that don't like MAGA country, but doggone it, better have a few strong soldiers than a bunch of wimps in the army. I can tell you that right now. Oh, Trinity dropping down sombreros for all the libtards, all the haters that somehow they just love coming in here. My man. Putting the sombrero on America. Let's go. Rush, babe. I didn't see your dancing emojis. What happened? I was looking for the dancing emojis. Scott Anderson, don't hate, bro. Don't hate the people that are just making a living, supporting our country. Isn't that amazing, though? Come on, man. You got to love it, bro. You got to support your country. You got to support your countrymen. Stop supporting illegal immigrations and criminals. Heath is wondering, why am I a moderator on this channel and not a member? If you're not a member, it's because you haven't signed up, my friend. You got to sign up. You got to sign up. I believe you do that by hitting the you hit that super chat icon where you put the super chats before, and you should have an option in there for membership. I thought you were a member. There's a couple of patrons on my channel that have had a hard time signing up for memberships. But yeah, man, I don't hold any of you guys subscribers accountable if you're not a member. No, you guys is being here and giving videos likes and support. That's enough. We're gonna hit that goal for 100,000 subscribers probably sooner than later. There's a lot of projects that we got to catch. And I'm going to say this, if, I have always gone to places and try to gather people to do something for our local communities. And I am very grateful that we are able to make this channel not only to make it as a career, to be able to do it as a job, but also with many possibilities to give back to the communities. And it's not going to be something that, who knows, maybe we can use it as a charitable deduction on taxes or whatever. But I really, just so you know, the one thing that I am against preachers and pastors and religious leaders, I'm against them taking so much money from offerings and tithes in the church. I think that there should be a max salary. It doesn't matter how big the church, doesn't matter how big the organization, there should be a max salary. And I'm going to tell you, there's some massive churches out there that they can live on $250,000. That's a great salary, and they deserve it because they do bring a lot of people together to do this and that. And that is very high. I'm not going to lie. It's very high. But there is this mega church pastors, preachers that are making over $1 million, guys, off of offerings and tithes. I believe the church should also pay taxes. Jesus Christ said, give to Caesar what's Caesar's and to God what's God's. And well, if it is God's, it shouldn't be to a salary of a preacher or a servant in the church. But since there is, they tax that, right? And you will see it. People that work in the church, they do pay taxes on their paychecks. But I think that it should be taken out of every single offering and tithe that comes into the church. Pay taxes on that, federal taxes, and that money comes back to, community social services, like welfare and things like that. I think they can help, and they can still go out and do outreaches out there. I cannot wait to have some sort of picnic, at the park, and have a barbecue and just have a bunch of people. I'm hoping that a lot of Samoan brothers will come in and support us and help. A lot of Latinos. We are going to make sure that everybody is welcome. We want any type of homeless, any person, even visitors that are tourists, it doesn't matter. We want to be out there first come, first serve until the food runs out. And I can tell you that we can have a lot of hot dogs, a lot of waters. It is inexpensive, I think. We can spend a couple $1,000 buying hot dogs and ketchup, mayo, and these little things, just for anybody to come in and enjoy. I think it'll be a great thing. But for that, we have to grow a lot more than what we have right now, and it'll be awesome. You guys will enjoy it. I promise you, we will have lives on any of those events, and I'm sure that you're going to enjoy it. All right, let me read a couple of things here. Let's say Heath says, yeah, I'll check it out, but I have to donate money on a regular basis. No, the lowest membership is $2.99 a month. That is it's nothing really. $3 a month is the lowest, and then there's $6.99. And for those who can't afford it, which I haven't got one yet, it's $24.99, and that is just a way to assure that that the channel continues to grow constantly. You guys already know I'm putting 12, 16 hours daily on trying to do content for you. Just remember that it's not just the lives that we're doing so that we can interact. It's also me trying to go find the information to actually show you. It's not as easy as you think, but I do enjoy doing it, and I love the interaction with the people that I can trust to make a common sense decision. David is looking for some Mexican food in here. Let's see. All right. You guys having a conversation, Deborah? Yes, he's saving this great country. Amen. There he's making it great again. Yeah, be good. Northwest Georgia signing out. Good night, David Barbar. I'm against churches that turn away homeless and needy and pastors taking too much salaries as well. Yeah, the problem is with the homeless, it's the hardest thing to tackle, to be honest, because it's not just about providing, housing. They need more than that. They have bad habits that need to be changed. Okay. Let's see. It's not a religion. It's a relationship. And this with Christ. Amen, Heath. That is correct. My wife's home early, y'all. Take care. God bless you, Heath. Tell your wife we say hello. Have a good night. Enjoy the night with the wifey. God bless you, brother. We'll see you soon. Don't worry. Let's see. Liberty, my respect and admiration to you, Bernil. I will be able to keep up with you, but our goal is to support a nice friend. My love and respect to you and your family. Amen. I second that. Love your program, bro, says official. Thank you, brother. Well, the left, they don't like me, that's for sure. I think it's mainly because they don't understand the way I think or the way that I talk. That's partially probably my fault. But I try to be as good as I can to share not just the truth, but try to put a different perspective on the negativity that people put on other subjects. This is not a right-wing channel. This is a channel that I want to grow for patriots that truly care about Americans and do not give in to this victimhood mentality. We got to cast that away. That is a yoke that the devil has put on our shoulders, and we need to get rid of it. We got to come together and fight against that. So hopefully we can make a good change in our life. So with that, let me take a look what is going to be our next video. What do we give? We're going to have a little bit of Stephen Gardner later on. I love a video that he just put out. Let's listen to Vance, J.D. Vance in CNN, and let's talk some smack about it. Let's take a look and see what he says.
A lot of young people are saying housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens. And at the same time, we weren't building enough new houses to begin with.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance offering his explanation for America.
Thank you. Give me a second. All right, so this is something that I have shared with you guys before. You've been here long enough with me. We've been on this channel for 4 months. We're going strong. You guys will know me by now that I blame a lot of the housing shortage, a lot of what is the word? Oh my gosh, in the tip of my brain. It's not supplements, it's not supplies. What is the word that I'm looking for? Resources. There is lack of resources. There is legal migrants being forced out of work. We're talking about migrants that have become residents, citizens. They are being thrown out of the farms because they want to allow H-2A visa holders to come in and do their work. It is the law that you're supposed to hire Americans first, local first, and then if you need more help, then you can get the H-2A visas to come in and help. But companies are abusing it. They're doing illegal ways to keep business afloat, and that's not the way it should work. Okay, so there is a lot to involve, to unpack there, but we can't go through everything every day all at once. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, high demand brings high prices. That's just how it goes. And the shortest, the lack of resources, the lack of housing, it causes prices to go through the roof. And this is why I disagree with people that blame President Donald Trump for high prices, because blue cities and states are abusing the taxpayers' dollars and their livelihoods. With this raising property taxes, raising business taxes, cost of doing business, that you can use for returns and all that stuff. But, You got to spend so much money to be able to learn how to work around the taxing system. This is why they say they want to get rid of IRS. I don't think so. I don't support that. I think the IRS does a good job. They just got to do a better job. They got to be more supervised, so to speak. All right. So with that being said, let's see if we have anything else. Miguel Caballero, what's up, big dog? Been a while, but I'm back, says Miguel. Miguel, welcome back, Caballero. Good to see you in here. Zombie Rising says, true, the search has failed me. That's why I no longer follow a church. Well, you should never follow a church. You should always follow God. And I will tell you this, guys. If you guys find a church, I know this is like hard, and some people think that I'm a hypocrite. All right, I'll tell you this. If you find a group of people, remember this. The Bible says that where 2 or 3 in my name they gather, I will be there. Okay? The Holy Spirit will be there. Jesus will be there. God will be there. So if you know that there is a church that is corrupted, don't stop seeking a church. You see, the reason why I don't go to church is because I am very critical. I criticize the churches a lot. Okay? Now, I will tell you 2 things. One of them is, if you go to a church, no church is going to be perfect. I will tell you that right now, okay? The church is meant for imperfect people to go there. Thanks for the subscribes. I think we hit, 10,900? Is that what the celebration is, or what is going on? Hold on. Hold on to that thought. Did we hit 11,000? No, not 11,000 yet. We got 940. We still need 60 more to hit 11,000. But definitely, that would be a reason to dance. Thank you, Freshly. Appreciate the super chat. I can't believe this. Let's dance. Where was I? So the Bible says that everything that we do, guys, it has to do with the Bible. So if you want to know more about God, the first thing you got to do is educate yourself. And the way you do that, of course, this is only if you're a believer, okay? The first thing you got to say is this. Father God, I believe that you are the God Almighty, the creator of the universe and everything that is on earth. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is how you establish which God you're talking about. And then you says, I believe that you send your only begotten son to die for my sins. And then you have to say, I repent. You have to believe it, not just say it. I repent of my wrongdoings. Wash me with your blood. Cleanse me. Make me whole again. I accept you as my Lord and Savior. Would you accept me as your servant? And then you can say thank you for all the blessings in your life. Then you got to ask for the daily bread, which is the Word of God knowledge. And then you ask the Holy Spirit to come into your life. And then you say, pray for the Word of God that you are going to read, that you receive enlightenment. And the way that enlightenment happens is this. It's not like you're going to read the text, and have a certain context of what you read. But what's going to happen is there's going to be a situation that comes on in your life. And when you pray, that Word of God that you pray to be engraved into your heart and into your soul will come out to your rescue. And then you will remember that God says this and that. And then when somebody attacks you, when the devil comes after you, you pray and you fight it. Whether you want to fight it alone, that's up to you. But I recommend that you do find at least 1 or 2 more people that believe in God, that have good character, that you see have success in their marriage, that you see they have success in business, that you see that they're moving forward, that they're humble, etc. They don't have to be perfect. All of that can be in any person that is not perfect. But you got to find that. Now, if you can't find that, then you have to go to a church. Visit different churches, and they're gonna make you feel bad, because they're gonna tell you, oh, these guys, they just come to church and they go from church to church and then they leave. What a bunch of hypocrites. Don't listen to that. That is a hypocrite. That is a person that is not right with God and is not following the Holy Spirit, because you have to understand something. When you go to the right church, the Holy Spirit will bring peace into your life. And that church may not be perfect, may not be exactly what you're looking for. But if you feel peace given to you by the Holy Spirit, that's exactly where you need to be. And you need to come to the church to worship God, not to listen to the preacher, not to come and worship the musicians on stage. You don't come over there for light shows. You don't come in there for dim lights and crazy laser lights coming. You're not going to church for that. You're going to church to close your eyes. You know why we close our eyes? I want to tell you why we close our eyes. When you are in church and you're trying to worship God, guys, listen, somebody needs to hear this. If you're going to worship God, let me tell you something. The reason why we close our eyes is to shut out the world. Maybe the sister in front of you has got a big butt. That's distracting you. Maybe somebody next to you is showing too much cleavage. Maybe somebody next to you is picking their nose and is distracting you. You close your eyes. You isolate yourself. And you stay quiet. Stay quiet. And you listen. God, what do you got for me today? And before he talks to you, you got to bring yourself, you humble yourself, you become meek, and you tell him, Father, I humble myself before you. You are the God Almighty, the omnipotent, the omnipresent. You are the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I believe in you. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you for the problems that came into my life. Thank you for the hardships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you keep giving thanks until you run out of things to give him thanks for. And then you shut up. You bring silence and you wait. Don't worry about people around you. Don't worry about the music. Don't worry about the words coming out of the pastor's mouth. You sit there with your eyes closed. And you say, Father, talk to me. And listen. It's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. When you're home and you're in private, pour your spirit out and soul to God. Cry if you need to. Let your feelings come out. Let those emotions leave you. And start asking for wisdom. Common sense to come into your life. I guarantee you, if you do that, you're going to see the Word of God a lot more, a lot different than most of the people that think they know the Bible. And yes, they will judge you because when you know the Bible, you're going to be hard and discipline those who don't follow the law and that don't understand the wisdom of the Word of God. A lot of people know the Bible, but they have no wisdom on that knowledge. You see, there's one thing. You can be smart and you can retain a lot of information, but if you don't know how to use that information, then you have gained no wisdom. But I can guarantee you 100%, you do what I told you, and you're going to hear from God. I guarantee it. And why do I tell people, pray for me always? Because the devil doesn't stop. We take a break. We rest. But the devil doesn't. He will continue to attack you. He will get in your brain and give you dirty thoughts. He will come in your dreams and make you feel angry at your spouse. He will come and make you hate your neighbor. He will come in and make you do evil things. And you got to keep fighting it. I know the Bible says that if you already thought evil in your heart, that you already sinned. But I can tell you something. There is no forgiveness if you felt that in your heart and you consciously decided to go and sin. It is no longer not knowing what you're doing. I might contradict myself on that one. At the same time, I will tell you this message of hope. God is going to judge every single one of us. So don't be afraid of my judgment. Don't be afraid of my exhorting or my rebuking. Don't be afraid of me being harsh with words, even using bad words according to your what you want to believe. All I know is that I want everybody to prosper. I want everybody to be free. I want people to respect the laws of this country and their country. I want people to believe in God, but to not be hypocrites. Do not think for 1 second that any of us are perfect. Don't think for 1 second that we know everything. In the ignorance of your bad thoughts, you think that we believe we know everything, but that's not how it is. You see, this channel is just like everybody else coming together. We can make this a church if we want to, but that's not the purpose for this channel. I know I have a lot of Christian brothers that follow me here. They don't come to my channel that often because they want to hear me preach. But I'm not here to preach. That's not what it's about. If I go to a church, listen, I'm not going to be using foul language in church. You got to be respectful. Will I still speak the truth? Of course. Will I still speak the Bible? That's exactly why we're there. That's exactly what we're there for. See, my beliefs are my own beliefs. You can believe what you want. I don't judge Christians based on their denomination of church. God does that. God judges that. Okay? So with that being said, I'm just telling you, I love everybody, but I don't love everybody's sin. And I have to stand against that. People that are living in sin and they think that's okay, they don't understand that. Okay? We are weak. I sin every day, probably when I don't even notice. I probably have bad thoughts. I mean, I pray about it and I try to forget it and block it and all this stuff, but I am sure bad thoughts come into my mind. I try to not let my anger be wrath. I try to have righteous anger, just enough to see when something is wrong and to address it as such. Somebody had to hear that because that is not my message for today. I'll just say thank you guys for your support, but I say thank you, God, for his love, for his mercy, and for his grace. For maybe one day we'll all be together up in heaven and maybe all be judged into be allowed to stay in heaven. Amen? So let it be written, so let it be done. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this little clip from CNN.
Because current housing shortage, that of course is an issue at the core of the country's persistent affordability crisis. Voters in last week's elections made crystal clear that issue has been top of mind for them. Over the past week, the Trump administration has attempted to address some of those frustrations with a list of new affordability-focused proposals. They include a 50-year mortgage that even Trump's own housing secretary seems unsure of.
Me too.
There's a lot of ideas that are on the table, including the 50-year mortgage, the portable mortgage. And I don't think it's a matter of if I like it or if I'm for it. What really matters is what makes sense for our country. What's the appropriate policy to put in place?
All right, our panel is back. And Alex Thompson, from a political perspective here, the 50-year, let's just start with the 50-year mortgage and the way Republicans are going at this. I mean, a 50-year mortgage would lower the average payment by maybe a couple hundred.
Just so, I'm sorry I had to cut that short here. Of course, everybody thinks they're telling the truth. But you know how I judge it? I look at my chat, and I look at the people that have subscribed. I look at the people that are able to become members, and look at their responses. I know Paul Warner, he's not a member, but he is a subscriber, and he supports me, and I appreciate him for it. Look at the responses from people that have God in their heart. It's obvious. It's acceptable because they know that's the truth, because they know that we're imperfect. All we can do is try to be better. And you don't have to believe me. You don't have to say, you're right, you're wrong, I'm right, I'm wrong. No, you don't have to say none of that. The Bible says, by their fruits you shall know them. And when we're fighting for truth and faith and, prosperity and putting God first and all this other stuff, we will have good fruits, even if we have to discipline those who are making mistakes. We will agree on this video that we're about to watch. I don't think there is any of us that are 100% on supporting 50-year mortgage. The only example that I can give you is this. Most people that take out a mortgage for a house most likely will never really truly own the house. Depending on the state, depending on the county of where you live, your property taxes are going to skyrocket and you will never be able to own that house. And the only people that win are the bankers that will take your house away if you cannot make those payments, especially once you become an elder person that depends on a fixed income of Social Security and didn't do anything in their youth to save extra money to retire comfortably. Unfortunately, inflation goes up. And this is the reason why a lot of people, when they get retired, they want to go to third world countries like the Philippines. You know, they go to these Asian countries to live their retirement there because they can afford to live at the same life level that they had here, but in those cheaper countries, which is very unfortunate. But at the same time, hey, why not? It's an adventure. It's a new scenery. Why not? God bless you, and God bless you the rest of your years. May you live them joyful and happy and, fulfilled, with gladness. So that's what I think. Thanks for the super chat. What you got now, Liberty? I hear you, brother. To all of you that doesn't understand, I will tell you that our Lord said, if you can save at least one. Oh my God, you guys read the rest. It's threatening. What is that? Number 8 or number 9, Brewski? I think he's already finished with the 12-pack, guys. We're losing Liberty. We're losing Liberty, but he is keeping the boss title, so we're going to give you a few seconds of the boss. The boss, El Jefe, El Patron, the big kahuna. Let's go, Rush Bay. That's what I want to see from you. I love it when you put those emojis on there. Sombreros for all the libtards that come through here and start crying against the truth. Nah, man, God bless you guys for real. I hope that you guys, find some joy and happiness in this life. And like Manuel says, not everyone has the means to save. I believe everybody has the means to save. Even myself, even when I don't save, I have the means to save. Listen, even if it's $1, start very small, okay? Start very small. Start with $1. And then reward yourself. Pay yourself $10. How about you pay yourself $20, $50? Save up from whatever money you make. Save something aside and pretend you never made that money. I can guarantee you that you will see some money in your future. Okay? Now, with that being said, of course, don't just be content with whatever little you can make. Always believe that God will bless you even more. But in order for you to do that, you got to give more. Remember, giving is how we receive. And that is exactly what I believe. Okay? The Statue of Liberty from Trinity. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. Let me go ahead and give you an update how many subscribers we have in the house. I think we were at 940 not too long ago, and I believe we're at 945. 55 more subscribers to hit 11,000. Don't want to rush you guys, but if you come in here and you like what you hear or you don't like what you hear, just subscribe anyways. You might change your mind in the future. I can tell you that a lot of my haters come here very, very often to give me some hate, and sometimes they actually throw a little bit of love on the way out. So we appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and continue this. So the one thing that we agree for that people can take advantage of this 50 years mortgage is lower monthly payments which means you'll never own the house, but it's still a mortgage monthly lower payments. If you don't want to do 50 years, remember, it's not mandatory because you have 30 years and you got 15 years fixed interest, etc. But to have that option up there, it is what it is. If you can't afford to buy a $100,000 car, you have to go for the $50,000 car. If you can't afford the $50,000 car, then you have to go with the $25,000 car. And if you can't afford that, you might as well just get a bike and a helmet. All right, that's just how it is. So you get to choose which mortgage years or which loan you want to have. You can have a 12-month loan. You can have a 24, 48, 72 months. Whatever you choose, just know the longer that mortgage or that monthly payment for whatever the loan is that you're taking is going to depend on how much faster you pay it off. Okay, that's just the reality of things. If you are one of those people that says, okay, you know what, I'm going to take a 48-month loan on this car, and the payments are $500. You're going to say, oh my God, I'm going to pay so much interest on this. But if you send 2 payments every month, it doesn't have to be double. You can send $500, or you can send 2 checks of $300, and one of those checks goes to the base, to the principal, and the other one goes to the interest and part to the principal. That is how you can get rid of those high interest loan payments that you got to pay. That's just an idea. You don't have to do what I say. Of course, you might have something different than what I say, but that is one way that you can get rid of that. Just like working with credit cards. If you have a 29% interest or a 0% interest, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to put on a credit card is because you can pay it off within a month, right? So the reason why we suffer with credit card debt is because we spend money here and there, and maybe sometimes we are irresponsible. We think that we can cover it, and then we don't. That interest gets charged, late fees, and bounce payments, etc. And it's a big loop of failures. But if we are disciplined enough, we should be able to get out of that debt fast and have perfect credit to where we can have very what do you call those, reasonable loans if we're going for loans, or you can just go ahead and and pay for items cash. That is always an option. Now, some rich people don't recommend that, but it's up to you. Let's see. Man says Trump, let's go. Nico, stay in your Section 8 until you get kicked. Man, what the hell's going on here? What I miss? Fox, we don't tell you to remove your snowflakes for Kamala hat. Come on, man. You gotta give me my freedom of speech. I appreciate you for that.
$100 and cause the interest over the life of the loan to balloon and enrich banks at a remarkable rate. It's been widely criticized, this policy. How do you think that the Trump administration is looking at this and handling this? Does the president understand what a big deal it is?
I mean, it's amazing what losing a few elections can do, right? Where now all of a sudden this White House is honed in on trying to find something to do about the affordability crisis, which did exist before the elections as well, and not all of these proposals were out there. Now, in terms, people very close to the White House have rolled their eyes at this proposal, and people inside the White House have rolled their eyes because also what happens with a 50-year mortgage means that you might die before you own your house. And that is not necessarily the most appealing thing. Yes, it can bring down the rate, bring down the monthly payment, but a lot of people just do not see it as a realistic option. They want to focus on, the Democrats will try to focus on places like BlackRock and big corporations that they think are inflating levels and making it harder to own a home. Republicans now want to focus on illegal immigration. Neither side is capturing the full picture.
Let's put up on the screen a chart that shows the new median age of first-time homebuyers. Okay, in 1991, think about what your life was like when you were 28 years old.
Damn.
What was behind you, what was ahead of you. Think about what it looks like when you're 40. And to your point, Alex, I mean, 40 plus 50, this is math even I'm willing to do in public, okay? Like, most people don't live to be 90 years old.
Even yeah, true. Super chat from Liberty for All again. I will pass advice to you youngsters. You're worse investment will be a car. So don't buy a higher value car. You buy a house. Some people don't agree with that, but I happen to agree with that. You can, you know, one thing that that we say in Honduras, or what I've heard when I was a kid in Honduras, was that a lot of our people, they like to get themselves in debt to wear these luxuries and have all these materialistic things, and when they open their wallet, it's empty. There's no cash. You know, or you can wear, you know, humble clothes, modest clothes, and then you can pay for anything that you want when you open your wallet. And that's the way that I see it. That's the way that I was raised and brought up to. So, yeah, I will agree this. I haven't done this because I have been on this sort of, I have owned used cars many times. I have owned new cars, and I'm going to tell you that sometimes I'd rather have that monthly payment. That this is just my choice. I'd rather have that monthly payment on a very nice car that I know is not going to break down on me, it has warranty, etc., than to have a used car where I'm going to have to need to come out with $8,000 at one time, and that I'm not going to have the money to pay for that repair, and then I'll be carless, and everything just falls apart. So it is your choice, absolutely, 100%. However you do it, I will tell you this. Consequences for financial issues has always been, you know, discipline, lack of discipline, and knowing how to manage money and assets. And that's where I'm at with that. So I think it's very important. I think it's a good advice. Buy a house first and then get a nice car if you can afford a nice car. But get a hoopty that will get you through A to B, and have a backup hoopty. Sometimes you can have 3, 4 cars instead of just one. And that is a fact. Take it how you will. But let's go ahead and continue listening to these times. That is amazing. 1991, 20 years old, you were being a first-time home buyer. 33 years old in 2019. You got to be 36 at 2022 and 40 years old at 2025. If you take a 50-year mortgage, you're already saying, I will never own this house, but I will take advantage of the low mortgage payments, right? Especially if it's a fixed interest low mortgage payment, because you will pay this payment and nothing is going to happen for you. You will have a guaranteed house until you die, so to speak, right? I think a lot of times people can go with that. If you want to go beyond that, then as you're young, you save a lot more money and prepare for the future. As I said, many people, when they retire, they leave the country and live in a third world country because they can live more affordably, more luxury, they live well there, etc. And then you can go with that. All right, I said time on my side says, Trinity, try this. Take seconds for the link to work. What the hell is that? Let me see. What is that? You sure you want to leave YouTube? Man. Here, hold on. Let's do this. Let's expand that there. Let me open this on a new, if I can, in a new window. I don't know if I can. All right. I don't know. I'll have to check it out later. I don't know what that was. But let's continue watching the video, guys.
28-year-old. Is the life expectancy even 78 years old in the United States? If it's not,
it's kind of
it's
around there,
right? And so it's what a preposterous idea for all the reasons you're saying.
Sure, Michael Singleton. I want to play.
Sorry,
I agree with you.
I'm taking it seriously.
I agree.
Wait a second. This is
I agree. You know how I feel about
I know.
Well,
talk about this.
Sure, Michael. Let's watch what the White House has been saying about this. This is the president, various other officials, the vice president, Kevin Hassett, and others about the affordability crisis. And we'll try to make sense of it on the other side. Watch.
The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump.
We have to remember they're expensive because we inherited this terrible inflation crisis from the Biden administration.
We've never been hotter than we are right now. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
We understand that people understand as they look at their pocketbooks and go to the grocery store that there's still work to do.
I think polls are fake. We have the greatest economy we've ever had.
My rent's too high. I can't afford to buy a house. Groceries are too expensive. You think they're just misperceiving what's happening in their lives?
I think that that we inherited an affordability crisis.
I mean,
All right, before they get all negative on that, I will tell you here. Thank you, Freshly. I try, brother. I'm not always going to be right. I'm sure. I know. I'm not always going to be 100% right. I can take that. But I will give you an example. And Trinity knows exactly who I'm talking about. There is a young man that was living homeless. The reason for it is it doesn't matter. He was homeless. We advised him, keep pushing, keep fighting, save. Don't get a place right away. Stay and you got to suffer for some time, but save. Don't waste money. Work hard. And this young man, in the 4 months that we have been live on this channel, he now owns his own spot. He owns his own place to live. It's a fixer-upper. He's got work to do, but he's the owner. He has received a title for it. And I'm so proud of this young man. So I can tell you that you can do it. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen on every state, because if you think you're going to do that in California, good luck. If you think you're going to do that here in Washington State, good luck. If you think you're going to do that in Oregon, good luck. Okay? You might get a chance, depending on your circumstances, depending on how you make the money, etc. But it's not for everybody anymore. There's a very selective few that will actually get that, and a lot of them will get the help because this program's for low-income people. But the people that work hard for their money most likely will not have that chance at all. Let's see what Paul says. Paul says, and all Americans will be benefiting big time in the next 1 to 2 years because of Trump's actions right now, I promise. I believe it. I believe the same way, Paul. The reason why, look at her face. She doesn't believe it. That's okay. The reason why we're the hottest country right now is because, we're the hottest country in the world right now, regardless of all this the bad stuff and juju things that we have in the blue states and cities. A lot of investors are looking at us again because they realize that the United States of America is the 1/3 of the market in the whole world, and everybody wants to invest in the United States. And the reason why that is because of tariffs. If you make it too cheap for them to go somewhere else, well, they're going to go somewhere else. If you don't have those tariffs, they will never make the effort to build here in America. So it's kind of a strong arm sort of move, because you can grab products in here which will be more expensive if they're made in America, right? But that Liberty, hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let's see. Give me a second, brother. Let me finish my thought in here. So if you build a product here in America, you're going to pay a little bit higher price, but the investment goes here in America. But if you start charging tariffs and make it even more expensive to invest internationally, you are forced to invest here locally. And if the business that you're trying to do is not going to bring money and it's not worth doing, then you are not going to be a business owner. You better find another venue of how to make money. Just because one door closes doesn't mean that another one is not going to open. So I'd rather have high tariffs on other countries to come and make them, be more fair so that we can make money, not just give money away. That is the whole idea of fair trading. If we have a supreme product to give or supreme service to give, that's what we want to sell. And if we allow others to sell their products to us, of course we want to pay them a fair price, but we have to look out for America first, okay? Liberty for all, my time is up. My ride is here. I just wanted to say, have a good night, Dennis. Keep it up. Trinity, get well. I will see you Monday. Why, you will ask. Good times. Can't wait. I'm too old for that. Love to all. All right. Thank you, brother. And we will go ahead and do another break here because I need a break. Give me about a minute or so. I'll be right back. Here we go. Enjoy this. Like a boss. Thank you guys for that little break. All right, let's go ahead and continue with the video. You guys are amazing. Love to see all those emojis on there. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I think I don't know if all the deals or all the agreements are going to go through, but I think it's up to 21 trillion now. Obviously, it's, for the next 5-10 years, but nonetheless, it's money that within 10 years we can get back. Look at it this way. You guys talk about 15 years fixed loan for buying a house. You talk about 30 years, 50 years to buy a house. Imagine in 10 years, we're going to get 18 to 21 trillion dollars, right? You have to look at it this way. And if we are going to get that, right, because nothing is guaranteed, the main idea is this, that we push America first products, American-made products out to the world, to ourselves, so that we can keep our economy strong, right? Everybody agrees with me. Everybody knows, right, what I'm talking about. If we are able to get $200 billion a year, plus the taxpayers' money, right? If the government in the local state actually do their job and stop wasting money, we're going to see that money come through, okay? I'm just saying, if we can make a deal with 10 years, maybe later on, we'll add another extra 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Wayne, I don't even know where you're going with that. Don't be talking about my age, man. Don't be talking about my age. Don't be insulting all of our Americans here, because most of my subscribers are older than I am. So be careful with the age thing. I know the kind of the kind of system and the kind of economy that you believe in, but that's not what I believe in. All right, let's go ahead and continue with CNN's criticism here. I have one more. I have quite a few videos to show you. Liberty for All and Berniel has dropped a lot of money tonight for me to stay on longer. I will have to cut it short just because I have to pick up my mother-in-law. If somebody else picks her up, then I will continue nonstop. But we're going to continue as long as we can all night tonight.
Michael, would you like to add to the pantheon of cable news
not
clips?
at all. I think this is a terrible messaging point. We have not delivered on affordability. Even Steve Bannon, for goodness sakes, has advised, like, hey, this is not the right message. The 50-year mortgage is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. We have a supply issue. If you really want to address this, let's tackle maybe looking at people's rental history as a consideration to qualify for a loan. Let's figure out how to change some of the zoning requirements to lower the bureaucracy that costs a lot of money at the local level. You could even throw around the idea of, hey, if you're a state, the federal government will match dollar by dollar if you come up with an incentive program to help new homeowners. There are systematic approaches here that we could take. This isn't one of them. This doesn't help people who are my age, early 30s, buy a house. And out of my friendship,
early 30s?
I mean,
I know.
Casey,
Every time I remember this,
like it's only out of my group of friends, it's maybe me and 3 others that actually can afford to buy a house. I own one, 2 others own homes, and they're not the greatest homes for the 2 others. I'm like fortunate as hell to be in the predicament that I'm in. But that's not representative of the average person.
I can also tell you that veterans of the Biden White House will tell you that blaming the last guy and then not actually proposing your own solutions and putting your back into it is not usually a winning political strategy.
We actually can.
There's one more point to that, and this is, we were talking about a conversation you and I had yesterday, and another point that came up, it's similar to public safety, where when people don't feel safe, when people don't feel secure, telling them, but look at what the chart says, the data says.
It doesn't resonate.
It doesn't work out.
You remember that, right, Soji?
Okay, hold on, guys. My turn in the panel. I just joined the CNN panel here, guys, and I got something to say. Let's not forget that we had an invasion of illegal immigrants come into our country. I have been preaching about this for a very long time now. Cost of living goes up when high demand is in place. When you have millions of people acquiring homes that, let's be honest, should go to American citizens first, right? I don't want you to misunderstand this. It's not that Americans are going or were going to buy this, But if you don't understand what I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing I can tell you to understand, okay? Here in Washington State, before this mass invasion came upon, we were already running out of housing because of the population demand, okay? Plus, the regulation from the government, the tax increase, the cost of doing business increase in taxes, all this other stuff, permits, etc. It slowed down the building, has turned off a lot of a lot of builders to move somewhere else. So we already have a shortage of housing. We are building as fast as we can, as much as we can, and the demand is so high for low income housing, that we don't have enough housing for everybody. That right there, it's already bad. And then we have an invasion of illegal immigrants coming to our country, and that causes for the house demand to raise even higher. Do you get it? Do you see where I'm going with that? Supply and demand. Thank you, Trinity. The supply is less than the demand, plus sanctuary cities were paying 2-year leases for illegals. Trinity, you are so wise. Very informed. Let's see. Wayne says, so you mad immigrants can afford a house over Americans because they work so hard? Here, hold on, man. I don't think you understood what the hell I just said. I don't think you understood what I just said. I'm trying to find a way to help. Hey, what's going on, William? Salud, my friend. We are having a good time tonight. It's Friday night, baby. We're enjoying that Friday. I'm trying to find a way to put it in words for Wayne and people that think like Wayne. It's, as I said, it's not that Americans need to go buy those. No. It's the fact, and I know that there's a delay on the chat from when I talk, so maybe that's why you're putting that comment on there. But the demand is already high, right? It's a high demand, low supply. But when we have illegal immigrants coming here, let's just remember what our blue state just did for a criminal. $238,000 was given to a black convict. 50 warrants for his arrest. Arrested for dealing, of course, for selling, redistributing, illegal firearm holdings, etc. $238,000 for him to own a house. This is what I'm talking about, the local government. Now, Wayne doesn't agree with me about local government, and he wants to blame Trump for all the tariffs and everything. But the fact is that the budget is blown out of the chart. Blown out of the chart by the stupid communist, Marxist Democrats that we have in office. These socialist people, they just think money appears out of the air for no reason. They don't understand the burden that they cause on the hardworking people. And let me remind you guys that people that are on SNAP, you can buy caviar with SNAP. Can you believe this? I think if you need food stamps, you should get food stamps. But they should go back to the basics of what food stamps are supposed to be. Get your cheese, get your eggs, and get some meat. Not all meats, not ribeyes, not T-bone steaks, other beefs, other meats, right? You get your mac and cheese, your spaghettis. You get all this food that you can make with food stamps. You should not be allowed to buy lobster, said Eddie Mouse. You should not be allowed to buy the expensive prawns or shrimp. You should not be allowed to buy caviar. You should not be allowed to be buying sodas. Even though, okay, we'll give you some flavor. How about some Kool-Aid, right? That is the poor man's drink, Kool-Aid, right? Chips, pop, I don't think so. But, okay, let's give them something, Rush. Let's give them something. And then think about it. The reason why they do this is because in the scheme of making money and taxing businesses, they want to add more product because they say helps the economy. No, what that does is raise taxes on people's money. The more the demand is and the less the supply is, the more expensive items will be, the higher the tax will be at the end of that purchase. So cheese, eggs, milk, boom, like WIC for pregnant women, right? They get the free prenatal pills. They get all this extra health care. Absolutely, 100% you should, automatically. I agree with that. While you're pregnant, and maybe a few months after you're pregnant, during your first child's 1 or 2 years, you should be able to get some free health care. I agree with that, and maybe most of you probably won't, but I think that that's okay, especially for Americans. I'm not talking about illegal immigrants. I'm talking about Americans, okay? There is a lot to unpack when it comes to the benefits, right? These guys that are on welfare, like you and I, we can work our butt off and we go, oh my God, $70 for this steak. Crazy, right? And they go over there and be like, well, I'm getting $1,200 in food stamps. Bam, I'm going to eat some steak. I don't know, guys. I think that SNAP should be very, very limited to some necessities. We should encourage them to get out of SNAP, out of food stamps. You know, back in the 90s, in the early 90s, people were still being embarrassed. They were still embarrassed of, thank you for removing that dumb chat. They were still embarrassed of using food stamps because everybody knew government cheese. Everybody knew government milk. Everybody knew what that's about. If you are not 50 years or older, you have no opinion. We are not going to give you the freedom of speech if you are not older than 40 years old. I know it takes a long time for men to get maturity, but if you're not 40 or older, you have no say in this chat unless you're a very wise 30-something-year-old man. All right? There you go. Let's see. Fresley says, you know that birthright citizenship destroys SNAP, Dennis. Oh, absolutely. Well, one of the examples that we had in that little, if you were here with me and you watched the documentary on migrants and Hispanics, migrants that are residents, citizens, and some illegals in the farms here in Eastern Washington and California and some other states, you will know that a lot of them, that they are legal to work here. They don't get hired. They're allowing illegal immigrants to come in and H-2A visas, workers to come and take over because they can abuse them. And so, it creates problems. We cannot trust systems like that. And one of the reason why I'm talking about this is because one of the farmer workers was an illegal immigrant mother. And she says, you know what? They don't want me here. I want to move back to Mexico. She says, but I can't because now I have kids. And they were born here, and if I move, I'm taking away their opportunity. Well, you were illegal. You shouldn't have children in here until you secure legal status in this country, and then you should have made some babies. But we know you did that on purpose because now you're going to use that anchor baby to try to make an excuse to stay here, and then you're going to blame the government and say separating families is what they do. No, you made that decision to make those children here while you were illegal. You are responsible for those children, and you should take them with you back to Mexico. When they get old enough and they want to come here, then they'll be more than welcome. But guess what? Once you're a citizen born here, you don't get to lose that citizenship, even though that is actually under attack right now. But, that's another story, okay? I'm a little biased with that story, but I do agree. Okay, let's go ahead and continue with the CNN panel here.
I absolutely remember that. But I also just want to address the immigrant part of this. I'm sorry. If you are an immigrant in this country, you are not buying a home right now. You are hardly making ends meet. You can hardly afford your rent.
Maybe.
You are trying to buy groceries for your family. You're basically trying to survive and contribute the way that you can. I am from Brownsville, Texas. I will say 90% Latino, very high immigrant population. I will say housing prices have not gone up the way the rest of the country. It's actually affordable to live in a place like that right now. But that's not the case in other large cities or other.
Nate, in a way, you're right. In a way.
Places around the country where people that are our age or, in their 30s, I'm not in my 30s, but people that are in their 30s cannot afford to buy a home. And it's not because of immigrants. Immigrants are not buying places in our neighborhoods and other places that we live. And so I love that they're trying to blame immigrants, but this is one where it falls flat.
Casey, if I could just add quickly, by addressing the supply issue, you also tackle the joblessness rates among young men in particular, because you can encourage those young men to help build the next generation of houses for Americans. And so you're really addressing two issues in one. So that would be my advice to Republicans. Let's address.
So what she said, actually, it does kind of make sense, right? But think about this. Where do you think they're going to fit 21 to 50 million illegal immigrants? Where do you think they're going to live? Right? Where are they going to go? Are they just going to disappear in thin air and they're not going to take any housing? No apartments? No houses for rent? Do you think that migrants don't need a place to live? What do you think about that? Where do you think all these millions of illegal immigrants are going to live? Well, they're going to take housing that belongs to American citizens, aren't they? However you want to slice it, that is exactly what it is. It's not the fact that a body needs space. It doesn't matter if you get food stamps, if you get health, it doesn't matter. The fact that you are multiplying the population of such said cities or states, you're creating a burden by being a higher number than what that state can support. There is a census done every year for Americans, not for illegal immigrants, for Americans, and the states get a budget from the federal government. If illegal immigrants come here, they're not going to go be accounted on the census. And they shouldn't. This should cause states to abide by the federal law and not support illegal immigration. It makes sense to me. I don't know why it's hard for people to understand that. How does housing belong to American citizens? Well, it belongs to American citizens and legal migrants in this country. What you don't understand is, because you think you're a master in economics, what you don't understand is this, and I explained this on many videos, and I don't understand why people don't get it. Every year we're going to have inflation. Every year. Every year we are expected to multiply 2 to 1, 2.5 times, 2.5 to 1 citizens, so that we can grow in the next 5-10 years. There is a sort of a chart to how the economy is going to affect us by the growth of people. And we keep adjusting our economy according to the growth of people. When you have migration, it's great. When you have massive illegal migration, it's horrible. Just go find out what's going on in Europe and then come back over here and talk with me and see where you go.
The supply issue.
Well, is there a bill on the House floor that Trump is supporting right now?
I wish there were a bill.
Yeah.
There is not.
I mean, look, if you talk to home builders, they will say that the president's immigration policy is actually making it harder for them to build more affordable homes quickly. Yeah. I do also want to, Alex Thompson.
Because of what? Cheap labor and no benefits. And I'm going to tell you, construction workers, they get a lot of money, but not as much as an American would.
One of the things that has become part of this dynamic, right? It's affordability on the one hand. What are we saying? Are we focused on this? Are we feeling people's pain? But then there are the other things that the president and his team have been focused on that seem to potentially contradict this message of, I am on your side. And one of them has become the ballroom. And we have this new picture. This is a view of the White House, or what was once half of the White House, just gone, demolished to build this new ballroom for the president to host like enormous state dinners. He, of course, was giving a tour of the gold leaf with Laura Ingraham in the Oval Office the other day saying that, the fixtures were not from Home Depot, that they were all very real. How is this dynamic playing out politically?
I mean, Democrats are eager to run lots and lots of ads on this next year, at least at the moment. And I was talking to Democratic strategists just yesterday, and they said that the ballroom, all of the gold, is going to feature prominently as a way of showing that Trump is not focused on you. That Trump, the champion who came in claiming to be a champion of the working class, is spending a lot of times with tech CEOs and is getting all these CEOs to come and pay tribute and give money so he can build the ball.
But really quick, what about the narrative earlier on that there was something aspirational about Trump? Many people saw Trump as the rich person they ultimately wanted to be, and that was the thing that drove many of his supporters.
Well, and that might not work.
Is that wearing off, or what's the...
Well, you can see in the polling that Trump consistently, even though when he was unpopular, that at least when it came to the economy, he was always above 50%. That changed about 6 months ago, and they haven't been able to fix that. And I think that his approval on the economy was a proxy for sort of that aspirational, he's a successful businessman.
Yeah, well, and also, doing for yourself what people saw Donald Trump having done for himself requires the American dream to actually be in operation.
Yeah.
And a lot of people
That's right,
feel
they're not
like
feeling it.
it's totally inaccessible now.
Well, I will agree to disagree. I agree with 50-year mortgage sucks, but I stand by with the illegal, massive, not just illegal immigration, massive illegal immigration, millions pouring into the country way too fast, has caused our economy to actually suffer. I don't care what anybody tells me. If I know anything about business, is high demand always gives you higher prices. When supplies are low, prices go high. And if you increase the demand way too rapidly, the local people of that area will suffer with high increments in prices. And I'm giving you an example. As a leasing agent, I saw an increment on a one-bedroom apartment that used to be $650 in 1 month because of the population growth so fast. It went all the way to being $1,250 a month. That's almost 100% increase. Matter of fact, it was not about 95% increase. That is ridiculous. You don't see that because you don't know that industry. But I saw it, and I couldn't work there no more. I couldn't do it. And every time, I will say this, every morning we had to make a phone call. And it's like, hey, so property B, so what are you guys' prices for the one bedroom? Oh, it's this much. And what's the occupancy? Oh, it's 90-something%. Oh, okay, great. So now we have an apartment for $1,000. Well, if they're renting it for $1,100, let's keep it cheap. $1,095, and then we call another property. Oh, we got the one bedroom going for $1,200. Ooh, $1,200. And what's the occupancy? Oh, it's about 90%. Oh, okay, wait. So people are renting one bedrooms for $1,200. Okay, well, we're gonna rent our one bedrooms instead of $10.95. We're gonna rent it for $11.95. And this is how they keep raising prices. Now, I believe that process has been eliminated today. But nonetheless, something similar is still in place. And so properties for apartments, for housing, keeps going up and up and up. And what that does is it causes a burden for people that own those properties because they are raising property taxes up to 15%. So what do they got to do? They got to raise the price more because they will not be able to raise the price every year as they've been able to according to inflation. So it causes property values to be very high, which causes property taxes to be very high, and it doesn't help the people. So having a lot of illegal immigrants coming into a community and fulfill those properties that normally a couple would not be able to afford, but 10 illegal immigrants would be able to live in the house, they'll be able to pay the rent, and that's how that works. You don't know that part of real estate. You don't know that part of property management. So I don't expect you to understand that, but that's how that gets affected. On top of that, every other tax that is being raised by doing business. Come on, guys. Hang there with me. All right, let's go ahead and change gears a little bit. We'll come back to this, I'm sure. Let's go see what Fox says about Donald Trump not bluffing. Let me hear what this is. I haven't seen this yet, I think.
Welcome back with the Fox News alert. The Trump administration steps up the fight against drug smuggling and narco-terrorism as reports claim President Trump has been briefed on updated military options targeting Venezuela. So this is ratcheting up. And welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer's off today. Good morning.
Bye, Wayne.
Birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Bill.
These guys don't play,
Hey,
man.
Bill. Good morning, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. So the White House is announcing Operation Southern Spear, which targets.
Hold on. Let me tell you guys, this is MAGA country here, okay? If you're not for MAGA, it's okay. You can be in here. But let me tell you what this chat looks like for you right now. You guys are the illegal immigrants in Alcatraz. And all of my members and subscribers here that have that little wrench next to them, they got level 5 access, which means they are the crocodiles and the alligators around the Alcatraz. So be careful when you get in the water because you might just get your ass bitten off. If you guys are being negative, right now we just want to gather all the information that we can. Don't cross the line. You can always make the bottles, but just so you know, you are walking on alligator MAGA town right now. So thread carefully, as my hat says on the back. Do not threat on me. Don't threat on me.
Targets Latin American drug cartels operating in America.
There it goes, Matthew. Bye, Matthew.
Ordering the military buildup to stem the flow of drugs into our homeland, which is obviously a good idea. And he is also putting a lot of pressure on someone who has wobbled before, but has always maintained his leadership in Venezuela. But he's urging Maduro, with all of this action, to lose power.
And as the mighty aircraft carrier USS Ford approaches the waters off Venezuela, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has a warning for the Maduro regime.
This is a counter-drug operation. The president's ordered it in defense of our country. It continues. It's ongoing. It can stop.
Paul Warner, level 5 access granted.
Tomorrow if they stop sending drug boats. The Maduro regime is a narco-terrorist regime indicted in the Southern District of the United States for narco-terrorism. But more importantly, they're also a transshipment organization that allows these groups to operate from their national territory. They allow drugs to be shipped. They openly cooperate.
Henry, that is true. ¿Qué pasa, güey? Welcome, Adam, to the chat. Dennis, when you say you love tortas, did you mean sandwiches or the other torta? I love both, my friend. What's up, John?
With the shipping of these drugs towards the United States and Europe, by the way.
Let's bring in Chad Wolf. He's a former acting Secretary of Homeland Security, and he's now director of the America First Policy Institute. Chad, here's General Jack Keane on sending the USS Ford that way.
What the Trump administration is attempting to do is demonstrate to the elites that are surrounding Maduro that it's not worth keeping this guy in as our leader. As an Army guy, I can tell you full out, the #1 symbol of American military superiority is that aircraft carrier that's sitting now off the coast of Venezuela.
Chad, I imagine that you don't send the USS Ford if you're not serious.
Whoa. No tortas from Bill Clinton's. Nothing Clinton tortas, bro. Come on now. Now you're just insulting for nothing.
Well, I think that's right, and I would agree with the general there. Look, this is about a pressure campaign right now, but what we know is that the Trump administration is going to back that up. It's not just intimidation. It's not just a bluff. I think they are looking, if there's not a change in Venezuela, as far as the narco-terrorist organization that Maduro runs, that if there's not going to be a change, then the Trump administration will take this to the next level, and they will eliminate that threat that's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every year.
Chad, Martha McCallum here. It's interesting. We saw what President Trump did at the southern border, and it choked off a lot of business for the cartels, both in drug business and in human trafficking as well. So then you see them taking this water route, which they always took, but maybe using it a little bit more now. What do you think they do? What is their next idea to try to get this stuff into the United States, or is this the last avenue?
I don't know that this is the last domino. Look, these are multinational organizations that they're not going to stop. They're going to continue to try to not only smuggle illicit narcotics into the United States, but they're a criminal enterprise, so they're going to continue to do a number of things. Look, I think that, to put this in the larger context, though, this is not just about targeting with kinetic action drug boats, there in the Caribbean. The Trump administration really from day one has had a coordinated strategy here to deal with this illicit narcotics coming into the country. And so whether that's designating a foreign terrorist organization, all the border security measures, we just saw the FBI Director Patel over in China talking to them about precursors to fentanyl. There's a coordinated strategy here by the Trump team that is the right strategy to try to reduce this threat to Americans. And so this is not probably the last type of action they're going to take. They're also going to look at land routes. They're going to look at a variety of different things to have these drugs continue to pour into the United States.
Chad, do we have any, or have you seen any of the evidence or results yet that there has been a reduction in the amount of drugs coming into the United States or being used here?
Well, I think it's probably a little too soon for that. Some of these strikes, we're a couple of months into this. I think that's something that the Trump team will take a look at. I think, when you look at the value, the street value of these illegal narcotics, if that starts to certainly go up, that means that there's a supply issue that they're dealing with as well. And so it's really important, though, that we put this, again, the Venezuela here in the larger context. For far too long, a lot of these narco groups have just been criminal enterprises. But what we see in Venezuela, Cuba, and to a lesser extent Mexico, is that there is state sponsorship. They are backed by the political and the ruling class now. And that's something that the Trump team is saying, look, not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here. And so that's why it's really important. I know a lot of people are saying, well, why Venezuela? It's in our backyard, and the Trump team understands that, and they realize that, and they're taking that action.
Did you guys pay attention to that? Did you hear that? Because I don't want you asking me anymore.
Chad, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, chat. Yo, thank you. Good information. If you guys ask me a question about those boats again, I'm going to smack you upside the head for not paying attention. Now, let's go to our next story. Next video here. Katie Couric's gotcha moment backfires with Senator Fetterman. He holds his ground. Let's take a look. Let me tell you something. I have a lot of respect for Senator Fetterman because he has proven to us that it's not just about party loyalties. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what party you belong to. It is who are you patriot to? And if you're a patriot, you choose country over party. And Senator Fetterman, now, watch this. This is why I have no friends in life. Because people like to be your friends only when they need something from you. And once they're done using you, you are no longer needed, and then you're casted out, and you're hated, and you're persecuted. That's how it happens. And so I don't appreciate friendships that are conditional. I think friendships, if you agree to be my friend, you're never going to betray me. And telling me the truth is not betrayal, by the way, even if I don't like it. If it's the truth, it's the truth, and that's how it works. But, well, let's take a listen and see what they say. I haven't watched this yet.
Another attempt to divide our nation, and it was stopped right in its tracks. Katie Couric attempting to coax Senator John Fetterman into criticizing Charlie Kirk. But Fetterman was not having it, and instead of stoking the fire, he rejected all of her attempts at bashing the assassinated Turning Point USA founder. Just wait until you watch that exchange. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner. On this fine Friday, I'm here with my co-host, Emily Campagno. Also joining us today, Nicole Parker, former FBI special agent, Fox News contributor, and author of her brand new book. I got my copy yesterday. The Two FBIs, The Bravery and the Betrayal I Saw in My Time at the Bureau. Tommy Lahren is here, co-host of The Big Weekend Show and host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick. And joining us for the very first time, Marcus Lemonis, American businessman. Come on, you recognize him. We got a new hit show on our hands. Woo! The Fixer. Come on.
We're
come
excited.
On through on
nobody,
Fox Business.
Nobody told me what this was going to be like. I didn't know I was literally
Katie Couric was aiming for a gotcha moment, so it would appear, with the Pennsylvania senator. Here's her most recent podcast, as it appears she's trying to bait Fetterman, who stands his ground on respecting Charlie Kirk and his family.
I just chose not to take the opportunity.
Whoa, wait a minute. What the hell did I just see there? Oh, snap. Look at that. Look at that. The man is in a suit. Oh, man. That is one sight for sore eyes right there. The man is wearing a suit. I never thought I'd see the day, but I guess he does wear suits. Guys, it's just me. First time I see him in a suit. That's just me. That's just me. I never follow Fetterman. It's just me. I like it. Well done, my friend. You should do that more often.
I just chose not to take the opportunity to argue his views after children lost his father in the most violent public way. You have to turn the temperature down. Extreme rhetoric makes it easier for extreme reactions or to justify them.
I think some people might say Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was extreme. You know, I think that's the conversation that happened. People condemned political violence, but they also felt a great deal of discomfort with his language.
Now, the only reason why they feel discomfort is because they're guilty of sin. When you're guilty of sin, that conviction that you have on there is to tell you that you're doing something wrong. And that's why people hated Charlie Kirk, because it touched nerves. It offended people because they were guilty. If they were not guilty of practicing that bad sin, they would not have been offended. I guarantee you that 100%.
Suggesting that these kinds of words lead to violence. I don't know. I'm just kind of sharing my observations as I saw the conversations unfold.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we agree that we probably didn't agree with much of what he said. And I think I'm sure we both agree that you shouldn't shoot people, and you shouldn't execute them in public. And I think that's two things must be true. That free speech, I'm an absolute free speech guy. And you have the right to say these things. And you definitely also have the right not to get shot by sharing your views.
Yep, 100%.
Amen to all of that. And of course, Emily, we were together with Kaylee yesterday when the news broke that Senator Fetterman had been hospitalized after a fall during a morning walk. His office says today he is doing well following a I'll just say VFib, ventricular fibrillator flare-up. And MAGA supporters are rallying around Fetterman as he recovers in the hospital, sending get-well wishes.
I want to point out that Melissa Hartman voted with Republicans when she made a little comment back to the to the press. She was shaking, she was crying, she was nervous, she was afraid for her life, and then she got killed. Think about that. Let that marinate in how evil these communist Marxists are. They're evil. I'm telling you right now, they're evil. You think there's a coincidence that Senator Fetterman had an accident? Probably, but probably not.
To him, rooting for him, praying God protects Senator Fetterman, and hoping he takes good care of himself. Emily, I come to you first because we were together.
Yes, and I'm so grateful for that and for the opportunity for us to send our prayers immediately when that happened. And I note that what we're seeing here is we saw someone that essentially is equivocating violent rhetoric, in their words, with deserving of violence. And Katie Couric talked about discomfort, that was somehow a natural, she was speaking for others when she claimed that they felt discomfort at the, quote, violent rhetoric Charlie Kirk talked about. And my biggest issue with this is that despite Senator Fetterman saying we need to tone down the temperature, he was essentially saying more explicitly, you right now have a very large platform.
That's
and
right,
I am
Trinity.
asking you to join me in using that platform to de-escalate the situation rather than foment. And this is someone who is long lauded in her career in media and entertainment for being a voice for others that didn't take that generous opportunity and instead chose to become more incendiary. And the takeaway from that interview, in addition to the grace Senator Fetterman exhibited, is that the left will continue to equate a deserving of violence if someone dares speak their mind, which, by the way, it wasn't violent rhetoric that Charlie Kirk said. It was biblical values and a message of love, mutual respect, and free speech. And somehow that rendered him, according to them, deserving of an assassination. It is horrific, but more appalling to me is the continued surge of somehow blessing that by those on the left and those in the mouthpieces. And I wait for an apology from the producers and the executives at letting that air.
Yeah, and then all the people who just stay silent, who are complicit in what you just
Thank
said.
you, several.
So you can put them in that boat too. Marcus, what are your thoughts?
I want to separate it into two specific issues. The first one is I hope the Democrats start to see Senator Fetterman as the appropriate face of their party. Reason and the acknowledgement that you can disagree and still be respectful. So that's kind of my first issue. My second issue is that Katie Couric in this moment historically had a great platform, and I think is trying to become relevant again. And when Senator Fetterman gave her the chance to clean it up, she doubled down again and almost made it feel like a justification. We have a problem in society right now, both in the workplace and out on the street, where people think it's okay to just create this divisiveness. If it exists in the workplace, you're fired. There's no question about it. If anybody that worked for me did that, be no question at all. Where has empathy gone? Where is the human touch? And by the way, I use this simple rule. I'm a mama's boy, and I'm proud to admit it. I'm surrounded by 4 very powerful,
That's why we
women.
like you.
Why not just have respect and empathy? Where did that go? Where did our proper manners go about being sad and being sorrowful about it?
Well, look, I think objectivity may be going too far. I don't know if we can expect that, but how about just some neutrality? If you can't come forth with your heart and be compassionate, why not just some neutrality?
Right, I'm with you on that. I think that human decency, it should have no political bounds. I mean, since when does it matter what political party you are? And I have to be honest, when he was running for senator, I had some apprehension because he had recently recovered from a stroke at no fault of his own. I mean, that's a serious health issue. I felt bad for the man. And I thought, why are they putting him out there? I mean, they're subjecting him to this very important responsibility. Is his cognitive ability going to be able to keep?
I never saw that from Charlie Kirk. And I watched several videos of them, and many teenagers, very young adults, actually have come to Christ because of his outreach. Many people in college campuses that have been taught and indoctrinated to believe to be victims and to act against our government, against God, etc., have actually come to have self-respect, self-esteem, and have actually come to God, to know God. I think everything that he said was hurtful because it was true. It is only hurtful to those that are sitting in evil and believe in worshiping evil. Just like when you see preachers going out to the LGBTQ community, when they're gathering and they start preaching about God's love and how they should repent and that God loves them and he wants them to come to him and this and that. And then you have all these hateful people that come out and they speak against them and they hate them and push them and shove them and try to be violent against them. You know, they have the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, right? And then yet these people still don't appreciate it, don't respect it. They are evil, they are hateful, and that's the difference. How many times did Charlie Kirk come out there and hit somebody? How many times did Charlie Kirk grab a stick and throw it at the crowd? Not once. The only thing he threw at the crowd was shirts and hats. That's the only thing that he threw out. He spoke against everything that he didn't believe in, but that's his freedom of speech. And the left celebrated when he got killed. So no, don't. We're not gonna be taking the BS that he was violent in speech and all this stuff. Nonsense. God rest his soul. God bless the Kirk family. May God protect him, protect his family from these evil doers that we still have in our country.
up with what he's going to be expected to do. And I can tell you, I have been pleasantly surprised, and I welcome who he is. I think he is the most reasonable and rational Democrat that we have. I mean, he doesn't look at things as just political. And I had a lot of respect when he voted to confirm 8 of Trump's nominees, you know, in this administration. He voted in more people than any other Democrat, and I respect that.
Tommy.
Moderates
here,
like
Dan.
John Fetterman win
But,
elections
come
for
on.
Democrats, but extremists win views on social media. I love your point that you made, Marcus, about Katie, because she...
Joey, maybe you didn't, but Ilhan Omar celebrated. A lot of people celebrated. People lost their job because they celebrated way too much. Remember that teacher with pointing at her neck, you know, the whole shooting on the neck, got fired from her job. People celebrated, brother. I'm telling you, maybe you didn't. Well, God bless you for that. But a lot of people celebrated, and a lot of politicians on the left celebrated. And you know, not everybody came in with a honest, truthful apology. You know, yeah, no, they're evil, man. They're evil.
is trying to gain relevancy back, and I think she feels the way to do that is to talk about Charlie Kirk and his assassination, try to get a gotcha moment on Senator Fetterman and try to bully and berate him into somehow condemning Charlie Kirk or somehow rationalizing his assassination. And what bothers me, to your point, Emily, is that she talked about uncomfortable speech or uncomfortable rhetoric.
Uncomfortable
Excuse me,
speech.
speech is not supposed to make you comfortable
Freedom of speech.
all the time. That's not the point of it. The point of speech isn't to make everyone feel good all the time. The point of speech is to express yourself, express a viewpoint.
Thank you for subscribing, my patriots. God bless you. Thank you for the support. Hit those likes if you haven't done that. I appreciate it. You helped me out a lot, and I thank you for it.
And free speech isn't just saying what you want to say, it's also hearing what you don't want to hear. And that
Yep.
is what Charlie Kirk stood for. So nothing about that interview to me was appropriate, and I hope she's ashamed of herself.
We don't make fun of George Floyd, but we're not going to celebrate and make a statue of him because he was a criminal. He overdosed on drugs, and they punished the city. They punished the police department. They punished a lot of innocent cops for it. They try to accommodate him in so many ways, and yet they were still racist. They were still evil. Listen, you can see things one way, and we can see things a different way. But I can tell you right now, George Floyd was a criminal. Let's not forget that he went over there and robbed and assaulted a pregnant woman. This guy was a drug addict. He was a drug dealer. That guy has no morals to stand on, and there is nothing about him that needs to be celebrated. And that was not a death caused by the police department. It was proven by the autopsy that he overdosed, and that pressure on the back of his neck was not the cause for his suffocation. It was a drug overdose, fentanyl, and people till this day still deny that.
Well, and I know you watched it. I watched it too. I mean, when Senator Fetterman was saying, even he didn't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said. I mean, he means that. But that wasn't the point, he said. Your last quick thought.
I think my quick thought is we have to all be able to say what we mean. And I had nice text exchanges with Charlie Kirk, and he would say to me, Marcus, I don't agree with a lot of the things you say, but I love the work that you do and the passion you have for it. Keep pushing, and maybe we can meet, and maybe I can change your mind on topics. That's the feeling that I want to have. I do want people to be objective. In business, being objective means that you're open to other people's ideas because you are not the smartest person in the room always.
That is correct, and I agree with that statement 100%. Let's say, Janet Lee says, are you seriously comparing George Floyd with Charlie Kirk? It's okay, Janet. Let them. It's okay. Michael says that's a lie. I don't know if he's talking to me, but he did overdose. Remember, the I can't breathe, that was not because of the knee on the neck. He was saying that inside the cop car. They try to accommodate him in many ways, bro. It's not just like they grabbed him, tossed him, beat the crap out of him, some Rodney King moment. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. You know, they have tactics to keep people safe and keeping themselves safe. I can tell you that photo of the police officer with his hands in his pocket and the knee on the back, not on his neck, it was on the back, under the neck. That is not going to cause him to suffocate and die. That is a lie. That is a lie. I can tell you by the way he was standing on one foot and the other knee under, I can tell you that he was not putting pressure on that neck at all. And the autopsy doesn't show that pressure would have killed them. So think what you want. The fact is, the guy was a criminal. The guy overdosed. He was doing drugs. He was in drugs, according to the autopsy, and that was the cause of death, not the knee on the back. Leave it there. We agree to disagree, but that's the truth that I know, and you can say what you want about your truth. All I know is that all the racist black people and the leftist Democrats took advantage of that to destroy a lot of black communities and a lot of faith in our police department, because criminals don't like police. Let me tell you something. Only Democrats vote against policing our cities. There you go. I believe we have some breaking news. Breaking news. Let's see. Where's my breaking news? I knew I had some breaking news. Where is my breaking news? I know I had it for you guys. I had it for you. There's some breaking news. Let me see if it's this one right here. All right, here we go. Breaking news in Chicago. Here we go.
Wild scene outside an illegal immigrant processing center in Broadville, Illinois. You know, on Fridays, this gets hot. Let's go straight to Garrett Tenney.
This happened this morning, guys.
On the ground down there, so this can turn dangerous. Garrett, I see that they are arresting some people down there. What's going on?
Yeah, we probably have at least a half dozen or so people that were arrested just in the last few minutes. And this is the regular Friday protest that we have here outside the Broadview ice processing facility. A couple hundred people that are here. And what happened in the last 10 or 15 minutes, this roadway right here that leads to the ice facility, it is blocked off. They are not supposed to be standing there. But over 10 minutes or so ago, this crowd started to move in.
Hold on. Let me rewind this a little bit here.
It's this roadway right here that leads to the ice.
Okay, now you guys can see it says God knows no borders. They support illegal immigration, and that's why they where you going? Oh. Okay then. So when they support illegal immigration, that's what happens, okay? So you guys can see it, but yeah, this is why they go and become an obstacle to federal agents, ICE, the police, etc. And then they wonder why American citizens get arrested. But they don't tell you why they got arrested. They just say American citizens are being picked off the street randomly and being arrested, thrown in the back of units. No. They step out of line. That's why they have to be arrested.
Ice facility, it is blocked off.
But let's be clear, they're not getting deported anyways because they are American citizens, but they do get detained.
They are not supposed to be standing there, but over 10 minutes or so ago, this crowd started to move into the street to try to block it off from any access going in or out. And that's when these clashes with law enforcement started, when they refused to get out to the sides of the street, these designated protest zones, and some shoving that was involved with the county sheriff, as well as state police that are out here, as well as Broadview police. You can see down here now, riot police coming down the road. And this is after a couple of weeks of mostly calm out here on Fridays. But this comes after a week of several rulings of judges where these activists out here feel empowered. They are celebrating this morning these rulings that really are complicating the Trump administration's immigration enforcement here.
I'm not going to lie. I'm digging the drum beat in the background. I really am.
And you can see the riot patrol that is out here now. They're coming and they're securing this area. Gas masks are not out at the time. We know that has been deployed here, though, previously. But tension certainly getting up here high over the last 10 or so minutes.
Look, you know, we pulled back. We can really see the size of that crowd now, Garrett. So as you're narrating this, our live camera on the ground is able to bring more things into view, and I can see him zeroing in now.
Kidnap, guys. They're kidnapping people off the street.
Look, this is a sanctuary city. This is a sanctuary state. Are you saying that now the local authorities, and they have been cooperative on the perimeter, But are they helping even more today? And that would be out of necessity, according to what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, they've really been trying to walk a fine line here the past couple of months with these protests out here. And local law enforcement, state police has been trying to limit.
Hey, guys, I think this guy might come into our chat. This is probably the guys, this is the kind of people that come in and start putting scriptures in my chat when I'm showing you guys, when I'm teaching you guys something about God's love and discipline. These are the people that come into my chat just to throw some scriptures and try to make us look like evil people.
Limit their enforcement to keeping the roadways clear. If protesters get in these roadways and they try to block or impede any traffic, whether that be regular commercial traffic or ICE vehicles, that they will be arrested, they will be detained. So really, it's just been a crowd control effort that local law enforcement and state police have been involved with here, trying to limit that. But as you mentioned, it is a fine line that a lot of protesters have been taking issue with, arguing that by doing that, they are in fact enabling and helping the federal government's enforcement.
Thanks for the subs, guys.
How many more people would you say are out there? Because when this first blew up, this looks like a crowd that was larger than it was 2 months ago.
It's not that many people.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of last couple of weeks, the crowds have been a little bit smaller than what we had seen previously.
I agree. And they called it a white racism, and they put an Asian in jail. Go figure.
Today is an exception. We're probably at, 200 to 300 people at this moment looking around. And, I got to think that is because of everything that has been in the news this last week regarding Operation Midway Blitz. Much of what protesters here have been calling for. Just yesterday, a judge and attorneys with the ACLU came to this facility and toured it after allegations of deplorable conditions. That's something that protesters have really been harping on out here over the past couple of months. So they feel emboldened by these actions that we're seeing in court to come out here and really celebrate that. But over the last 15 minutes, taking that beyond celebrating to really defying local law enforcement and the limitations they've been trying to place on protesters.
Carbon.
As the nation watches this, you cannot miss the fact that people are willing to physically put their hands
Look at that.
on immigration, custom, and enforcement.
They wonder why they get arrested. Look at
you're
that.
talking about local law enforcement and SWAT being there as well. The line of the protect and serve being breached by citizens who think that this actually looks like free speech.
That's not free speech.
I mean, Garrett, this looks violent in some points.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those instances where when the police move in to try to back up these protesters, they don't want to leave the road and they start pushing back. And when you get a crowd this big, and initially before these riot police moved in, the police here were out.
Guys, he's already been pardoned and released. He's just, they're just telling people that he's still in jail so they don't riot. I'll probably get in trouble for saying that lie right there.
Numbered, so they're having to use more force than they would otherwise, and that's really where you start to see some of that violence escalate here, and that's when we saw multiple people arrested. At least a half dozen or so is what we saw so far, and we're going to see now that the police have moved in.
Fighting, resisting arrest.
Over the last few weeks, we're having some movement over here again right now, Harris.
Yeah, we see it.
Might control around here so you can see this.
Yep, we see that.
Now, these are the folks that are being told to move out of the roadway, and they progressively continue to move further in, despite being pushed back, being asked to leave the roadway.
The ICE agents are getting pushed back, Garrett. They're outnumbered, as you said previously. I mean, it's obvious they're getting pushed
back. Go back.
Garrett, I'm going to
Get
ask you
your
to
ass
stand
back.
by. We'll keep these live pictures from Broadview, Illinois. You are looking at a sanctuary area inside a sanctuary state. I want to bring in former acting ICE Director Jonathan Fahey on the phone with us now. Jonathan, I don't know what you can see, but I do want to talk with you about the protocol of dealing with a crowd this big. And did we even anticipate this is what it would look like? I mean, they're breaking through now.
Yeah, I'm watching this right now, live on Fox, and it does seem like this crowd is getting more violent and pushing back, and it's certainly not what we would call free speech. These are
Look, the so-called Christian that judges us, the so-called Christian raising their hands like they're not doing nothing. Your body is in a place where it's not supposed to be. You are not following the law. Move out of the way. Get the hell out of the way. Why don't you go on the sidewalk and start praying if that's what you want? That's what I think. Christians don't understand how they need to behave on there.
people that are deliberately provoking law enforcement, trying to have a confrontation.
Arrest his ass.
And you can tell just by their, you see the signs in the background of open borders and other things like that. These are people that are determined. They don't care about the conditions where people are being housed. That's a pretext because they want open borders and amnesty. And I think when you look at this, the big picture that I think is the worst part of this all is
Thanks for stopping by, hey,
have
guy.
J.B. Pritzker,
Have a good night.
the governor of Illinois, and instead of saying ICE has a legitimate law enforcement function and they should be respected, he is on the side of these rioters, and I'll call them rioters because they seem to be getting violent, and on the side of people that are trying to prevent ICE from doing a legitimate job, which is in fact enforcing laws passed by Congress. And, it's also funny when you think about this week and you see these protests and you saw the numbers out of Chicago, the Operation Midway numbers, how much crime went down just in the short period of time.
Yes.
Murders 16%, robberies 40%, things like that. So this has been a great thing for the citizens of Chicago, and these people are just trying to disrupt ICE, disrupt law enforcement because they want an open border. It really is shameful.
Look on the steady now. We're seeing people taken out in handcuffs. And so this is
All because they want an open border. That is the goal. Open border. We ain't playing that game.
live. And, one of the things that you cannot miss, and I want to ask you about how the law looks at this, Jonathan, because as acting ICE director formerly, you would know where the line is for people putting their hands on ICE agents, for people outnumbering them, as our reporter was showing us, and you could see it in the video, surrounding them, trying to push them back to where they wanted the ICE agents to go. Is any of that a breach of federal law?
Well, I think the issue here would be these are state law actors, so the breach of federal law would be if they're doing something that's impeding ICE from doing their functions. So if they're impeding
but if they've
people
got to
from
fight this crowd, doesn't that keep them from doing their jobs?
I think that would be
So big and yet no brains.
the argument that what they are doing is impeding ICE from being able to go to and from this facility to bring in migrants or to take them out. So I think there is an argument that if they get out of their designated area that they are impeding federal law enforcement.
Yep.
And certainly on the state level, when they're laying hands on law enforcement, that's the end of it. You should be charged with obstruction and with assault. But I think you're exactly right. If they're preventing ICE from doing something that they would ordinarily be doing, difficult, which it appears that they may be, that would be obstruction of justice, or it's called impeding law enforcement. It's, I believe, 18 U.S.C. 111. So those would be the types of things they would be looking at. And we know their intention is exactly to do that. It's not to make a point. It's to prevent ICE from doing their job. And they state that over and over again.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Thank you for the news. Man, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. In other news, I have an article that we're going to read. Now, people judge us very hard. Administration is being judged very harsh. Doge and everything that President Trump has put in place and does go forth and all that stuff. You guys remember when I told you about Somalia being affected because of the U.S. ID being canceled? Well, let's take a look at this story here and see if I can make it big enough for you guys to follow. Check this out, guys. Ilhan Omar and the other Omar guy that's running for mayor, he's probably made, I don't even know what the hell happened to that story. But here, check this out. USAID cuts had severe impact on Somalia's economy, says Development Bank chief. Now, this is from October 21st is when they published this, and I mentioned this a long time ago, and people say that I was bull crapping, okay? That it was BS. There you are. I was looking for you. Thank you, Saltwater. Appreciate that super chat. Thank you for that. And I was looking for you so I can do this. So thank you for doing that. Level 5 access granted. Appreciate your support. London, October 21st. Wait a minute. Did you become the... Oh, saltwater just became the new stream boss. And you all know what that means. What time is it? It's boss time. Let me see those emojis, guys. Like a boss. Interrupt the celebration because Danny C says, hey, my friend, I need your help. What do I tell my friend that asked me, what do I do now with my autism son, aka therapy? I can't pay my insurance health now. That's a tough one. We do have a son that has a bit of autism. It's not easy, but it depends on how much help they actually need. I will actually have to wait to see what happens in this 2026 coming up, because there is going to be some changes being added to the healthcare and who is able to get that. Now, if he is illegal, he's not going to get that help. If the child is a citizen or is legal, he should still be protected on that. So hopefully they have come up with some new program for that, because a lot of families really depend on healthcare for that type of issue. And I know it's not an easy thing, bro. That's some hard advice. I haven't really looked into that part of the healthcare issue, but I will do that later in the future so I can give you better information. For now, what I can tell you just personally, all I can tell you is that they do need a lot of help, okay? A lot of people are struggling on how to raise a child with autism. They need a lot of patience, and unless it's like a really bad medical thing that they need healthcare for, I will say they need to step it up and stay strong. Okay, there is other organizations that they can reach out for help with that. I don't have information on it. I wish I can give you better information than that. But we're going to continue to pray, and hopefully our president comes up with a great plan to help all these sort of cases that we have. But I can tell you this right now. We need to get all these illegal immigrants out of our country. It's going to be harder to be able to attend to all of our legal migrants, to all of our residents, and to all of the citizens that we have in this country. It's just the way it is. You cannot make others pay because some want to reach the American dream. Remember, it's called the American dream, not the world's dream, okay? So as much as I believe everybody has a chance to do that, or should have the chance or the right, they got to do it the right way. So hopefully, if they're legal, I believe that they should still be able to get care. But we have to wait to see what happens with that. In the meantime, I do want to recognize you that you are the new stream boss. So let those emojis fly, and we'll continue to have people like this in our prayers, and just let them know that we are praying and we're hoping that God will touch our president and the administration, and that will become they overcome the obstacles of the Democratic Party, and that we can actually do something great for the people. Remember that President Donald Trump wants the money to go to the people, not to the insurance agencies who have been benefiting and profiting from all the taxpayers' dollar for this healthcare, this thing that everybody wants, universal free healthcare. We want people to actually get the money and say, hey, I want this healthcare insurance. Here's the money for that. Boom, let's pay this here. He wants you, the people, to choose who your healthcare providers are going to be, and not just the government that's going to give healthcare to whoever the hell they want. That's not how it works. Thank you, Danny, for your support. Hit it. Like a boss. Like a boss. Paimon. Man, you came in and what is that? The third, fourth account that you have now? Yeah, if you can afford a doctor, that'd be great. But a lot of people do need help. So that's why I said we got to keep praying for it, and hopefully our president will come out with something great. 2026, guys, we got to wait. Just another month and a half. Let's give it a couple of months, and let's see what they announce next year, okay? Let's see how things work out. But I want you to be ready for this, and I want you to pay attention to see what your local taxes look like right now, and then compare it to what happens in 2026, what goes up, what has come from the tariff, what comes on with the administration, and what comes on from your local government, okay? I want you to look at those things before anything else. Now, let's go ahead and continue reading the story. It says, in London, October 21st, the closure of the United States Agency for International Development earlier this year hit Somalia's economy and tax revenues, the head of the country's development bank said on Tuesday. In Somalia, it really impacted our GDP. Hodan Osman, the president of Somali Development and Reconstruction Bank, told the Financial Times Africa Summit in London on Tuesday. Now, I want you to really explain to me, or you won't be able to explain it, I won't be able to explain it. Why does Somalia's economy depend on the United States economy? Why are we supporting a whole freaking country's economy on top of ours? Tell me, why do we complain about $20 to $40 billion going to Argentina when we're investing with these people, and then we're giving all this money, free money, to help Somali's economy? That doesn't make sense to me. It is unbelievable that people on the left don't talk about these issues. See, that's why people, when they come into our chat, guys, they think that we're always just defending President Trump and the administration. It's not just that. Of course we're MAGA nation. This is MAGA country. Of course we support President Trump. Of course we love our president. Of course we're American patriots and we want this country first. We say no to illegal immigration. But at the same time, it's like, well, if you want us to listen, why don't you do something that will benefit us? Why don't you outdo the Republican Party? Why don't you provide something better that they are giving us so that we can kind of, give you a little bit of benefit of doubt? You see what I'm saying? Common sense, baby. Common sense. Question those things. Why do they not mention that? Why don't they didn't mention this once during the country shutdown, right? The government shutdown. They didn't mention once, oh, they want millions of dollars for their senators that are on their side. Oh, they want to do these tax cuts for the rich. How come they didn't mention that? They didn't mention that at all. And look at the big impact. Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. She said aid cuts reverberated the economy in ways authorities didn't expect, hurting economy activity and impacting sales tax revenues for the government. Very interesting. I don't care. U.S. President Donald Trump has slashed the country's foreign aid budget and shuttered the USAID earlier this year. The agency has supported health, education, and development worldwide. Again, health, education, and development worldwide. And they tell you, the patriots, they tell you, the American people, that they are for you, but they are supporting everybody in the world except for you. But we're going to speak the truth. We're going to continue to dig into it. We all agree, in this MAGA country that we don't believe everything that we hear, but we know that everything that is being done in our country, it's the right thing to do. And so we keep supporting. If that changes, we will stop supporting. I don't see it happening. There is way too much power that we got behind this Republican Party. And hopefully these lunatics don't reproduce anymore so that they can stop voting so much for corruption. Oh, there you go. I had just one little piece to share with you there. Let me see. I think I have one more thing. Let this be the last one. This is from Stephen Gardner's show. And if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, I recommend that you do. He actually does have some very good guests on his show. And right now we're going to listen to J.J. Carroll. And take this with a grain of salt, okay? Don't take this as a fact. Don't take this as anything, but take it as information with a grain of salt. You be the judge. You do some research and find out what this is all about.
I think that's a great point. I'm all for law enforcement deportations, but there's another aspect that has to be. When you understand that they're not here to be Americans, they don't give a crap about America, they want to take from America. Yeah. And when you remove the free education, the free healthcare, the free food, the free rent, they will self-deport. Let me just give you a number. It's shocking, right? So 2024, the legislative.
Hold on, before I let JJ continue to talk, let me point out to you that President Donald Trump has deported what, 5, maybe 600,000 people, right? Over 1.5 million, probably more now, have self-deported because they feel there is no hope for them to take advantage of the system anymore in this country, and they have self-deported. 3 times more likely to leave this country when they don't get free benefits from our government, from our tax-paying dollars. 3 times more likely to leave this country. Pay attention to that. Let that marinate and let that sink in for a little bit.
California came out and said, we spent $6 billion on illegal alien health care from like 17 years old to 49. Not even the young kids and babies or the old people, just this sliver. Then they came back at the end of the legislative cycle and said, well, we had to redo the numbers. And the woman's almost whispering now as she's saying it on the floor. She says, well, the real number is $9.7 billion for illegal aliens in California. And you know, you and I were talking about this right before we came on. Elon Musk last interview with Joe Rogan, excuse me. And Elon Musk says, this is the only way blue states like Illinois, New York, and California balance their budgets is they push these fraudulent claims of being reimbursement for Medicare. And then the federal government gives them tens of billions of dollars, and then they can stay afloat. If we took all that money from them, they would bankrupt, and that is what needs to happen.
Yeah,
the scariest word that I heard from Elon Musk in that entire interview was these states are allowed to self-report. So nobody's checking these numbers, and nobody seems to give any kind of pushback. It's literally just, oh, this is the number. How did they come up with it? We don't know, but this is the number they gave us. Okay, go ahead and wire them the money.
No, I think it's like 500 or 600. I don't know. It's like I know it's 500,000 for sure.
We'll just take it out of the taxpayer. That to me is very dangerous because anytime somebody self-reports, there's usually a lie involved.
Well, why should, so for example, I live in Kansas. Why should I subsidize the evil, the corrupt, and the incompetent California? I lived there for 24, 25 years. I loved it living there. I saw it just deteriorate almost overnight. It went from a solid red Republican state to a supermajority Democrat, and it is absolutely blowing up right now. They're dying on the vine.
Hey, right here. As of late October 2025, the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, reports over 527,000 deportations, with the total potentially reaching nearly 600,000 by the end of the year. In addition to this, approximately 1.6 million individuals have self-deported, voluntarily left during the same period, bringing the total number of people who have left the U.S. to over 2 million people. So that's what I mean by that. I hope that makes sense. Sorry about that, brother.
But why should I or any other the other red states have our money taken and given to these people that are liars and cheats? And maybe this is the bigger conversation is, where the hell is the justice? Where the hell is Donald Trump? Honestly, I'm a big Trump guy, MAGA guy, but I have to question, sir, what are you doing? No one's gone to jail. At this time in Joe Biden's term in president, he already arrested probably almost 1,000 January 6ers, going to their houses, ransacking their houses, dragging them out in their bunny slippers and throwing them in jail. No one's been arrested. Why is Gavin Newsom not being brought up on charges? Why is Karen Bass not brought up in charges with the Pacific Palisades? Why is there no justice in America? And I'll finish with this. If you do not have law and order, i.e. justice, you don't have freedoms and opportunity. Because freedom and opportunity is the foundation of that is based on law and order. We do not live in a law and order society anymore. Everyone can feel it. We live in a chaotic society where everything is subjective. Same thing with Mandami, same thing with California. We're being led by the most intellectually grotesque morons and evil criminals that I've ever witnessed, maybe in history, because of the amount of money we're talking about, the amount of power we're talking about, and not one person is held accountable. Dude, you and I did this on any level, any kind of level of fraud with your podcasting, me with my business, whatever. We're going to jail, dude. We're going to jail. We'll be begging for mercy, and yet the elites, nothing happens to them. And I'll tell you, and I'd love to hear your take on this. I think we're closer to Americans rising up and being so pissed off than anyone even has an idea. You could feel the anger just bubbling up. People have had it, man. We've had it. And we kind of went all in, like pushed all our chips in on Donald Trump. And now a lot of us are trying to pull some of our chips back and go, whoa, okay, hold on a second. Maybe I shouldn't have gone all in. Yeah. That's how we feel.
Yeah, no, we'll get deeper into that, but there is, especially in this last week, there's a lot of people going, wait a minute, I think the focus is not in the right place.
Crimson, I already answered the deficit question a long time ago. I can't keep repeating myself all night.
I wanted to throw this idea out at you. I don't know if I said this with you or someone handsome like you, but it was somebody where I said, Trump, because of his ego, he wants to go into LA, he wants to go into Chicago. Well, these are blue areas that don't want him. ICE is being attacked, people ramming cars, like fake calls to bring him out, shoot him. And then he ends up going into Tennessee, a red area, into a blue city, Memphis. Memphis is thrilled. They're thrilled. The National Guard, they didn't get the same kind of pushback. I'm just wondering if we start going after Tren de Aragua, the Sinaloa cartel, the murderers, the gangbangers, the rapists in all of the red areas with our physical force.
Yes, sir.
And then in these blue areas.
And that is thanks to you, Freshly. Thank you for Trinity, for all the members, all the subscribers. Actually, the people that come in here and support me. You guys are what makes this channel awesome. I am just here to open here and host, but you guys make the channel fantastic, and I appreciate you for that. This is what I do for a living. For those of you who are new, and I wouldn't be able to do this without the support of my American patriots. So I am even more indebted with you and grateful for that support, especially with my sisters, Rush and Trinity on here. Of course, our little brother, Omar. Welcome, buddy. I hope you had a good day at work. I'm going to call it after this clip that we're showing because I have to go pick up my mother-in-law. I wish I can stick around longer, but I promise you that I will get on tomorrow, this weekend, And we'll go ahead and continue to share information and continue to kind of, get our own opinion of what's going on around us.
Areas, they just start drying up the money. So money for the blue areas speaks the loudest, and then physical force where they're accepted and cheered into the red areas. I don't know. It's just a thought I had.
No, I think that's a great idea. Because I'm looking at what Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and Donald Trump are trying to do, and they're making headway,
Good night,
but
man.
it's just not working. It's inefficient. It's just the honest truth. It's not working. So I think that's a great idea. Why don't you just go clean up what's the most easiest right now, and then turn off the.
We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to our friends here leaving. My man leaving for the night. We're going to give you a nice goodbye, my friend, or have a good night. The man, the boss. Thanks for being here tonight, brother. Have a good one. God bless you and your family. We'll see you soon.
Spigot for money and literally strangle those cities to be like, okay, in states, California, no more money. Your Medicare is done. We see that California, you have overcharged us for the last 10 years. You owe us $700 billion. Interest starts, payments start. Now they have to physically begin to chop their budget. Same thing with New York and Illinois. You start chopping, and then you clean up. What do we have? 36 to 40 real red states. Why don't we just go into those red states and clean it out, and then work? Then now we have some momentum. Now we're going to go into Chicago as we choked you out.
Good night, Sauce.
I think that's a brilliant idea. Actually, I didn't even think of that. Honestly, as you were saying it to me, I was like, damn, that's a really good idea. Yeah. If I ever have 30 seconds with Donald Trump on top of the other things I would talk to him, I'll just tell him, hey, man, this guy Gardner came up with an idea. It's actually brilliant.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is like, okay, I get it. Biden said this, Trump has said this. I'm the president for the entire country, and you are. But you don't have the loyalty of the entire country. So why don't you take off your purple tie? Your blue and your red makes purple. Take that off, put your red tie back on, and say, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go clean up the areas that love me and voted for me. And then they're going to make 1 billion TikToks where people in Chicago and LA are going to go, wow, your children can play again, huh?
I agree.
Oh, there's no drive-by shootings. Oh, you guys have plenty of food. Your unemployment numbers look really good. You don't have cartels jacking cars and all. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there is something like. At first, I thought, yes, go in heavy on these places, but now I'm rethinking this. Going, just go to the areas that love you. Like, if you want JD Vance to take over, then you have to be successful in the areas that voted for you. Otherwise, it's going to go to Gavin Newsom, and we're all going to be fighting an uphill blue battle. I don't know. These are just thoughts that I've had. I have no one to share them with.
No, I think I really believe.
Stephen Gardner, that was a great idea, and I think the same way. I think President Trump should concentrate on red states, send the National Guard out there, making the safest that they can possibly make them, take care of all this stuff, and watch the Patriots appreciate President Trump for sending the National Guard. Watch the National Guard, the Army, actually being loved, respected, honored, and appreciated in all these red states. I think that's the best freaking tactic that money can buy in order for the rest of the United States to fall in line. So, wow, that's a pretty good idea. I like that. I hope President Donald Trump actually gets to hear some of that.
I believe that's a brilliant idea, and I'll give you an example. What you mentioned, Memphis. So, no pushback. Memphis is a blue, predominantly black city with violent historical violent crime, like off the chart violent crime. And that TikTok video of that young black child, I think I would have to guess 10 years old, and he's thanking Donald Trump. And they said, why are you thanking Donald Trump? He's like, because I can come outside and play. What? Like, I don't live in those neighborhoods. My son goes out and plays however he wants. He rides his bike, goes fishing at the local pond. I'm not worried about gang members coming and shooting them. These kids are worried about stray bullets. They're worried about getting shucking down. So the idea that you're coming up with, I think, is brilliant, because when you put someone that has been affected by the illegal aliens, the crime, the rot, and they're saying, especially a young kid, thank you. I can go out and play. Something as simple as that, and now magnify that times millions of people saying, wow, I got a refund for my check because at the end of the year for taxes because my state's in the black.
Good night, dirty
My
money.
state actually has revenue because we got rid of all the illegal aliens. Holy mother of God. Look at my car insurance went down because we got rid of all the criminals. See, and that adds up, right? You take a couple $100 off your car insurance, a couple $100 off the homeowner's insurance, your food cost goes down, on and on. Now I have money in my pocket. Now America's thriving. That's not happening right now. America's not thriving. I don't care what Trump or anyone else says. In the real world, no one is feeling a sense of security and a sense of safety. No one is. Unless I am just in my own algorithm, which I don't think I am. Are you feeling that? Do you get that same sense from the people that watch your show and the people you talk to on the street that everyone's just skipping around with rainbows and unicorns and going, oh, I feel so safe and financially secure? I don't see that with anybody. I'm talking with my friends that are very, very successful professionally. They're stressed, man.
I'm definitely I'm hearing it from people, but I'll just give you a personal example. I'm seeing it in sponsorships. They're pulling back. This is the time of year
with anybody
where people are pushing into the market with tons of money because we're going into Christmas, and you've got businesses saying we're pulling back. Mm-hmm. So they're feeling it. They're wondering what's going on. They're seeing, okay, I'm proud of Trump for all of the foreign stuff that he's done, but now let's get America going. Let's lower these prices. And so I do feel like the White House knows they need to shift. And of course, boom, you've got Epstein coming on. Boom, you've got impeachment threats. Boom, you've got a government shutdown. So, I'm not saying that he's not dealing with 100 headaches a day, but just get rid of the noise, get the signal. What do your voters want? Quit trying to placate and please the Democrats and the green-haired monsters out there, and just say, this area voted for me. I'm going to clean it up. This area, we're gonna make life more affordable. I don't know. I feel like we need some laser focus right now.
We do need laser focused, and I don't think he is laser focused. Now, I will give Trump this caveat, is that he's doing things. He's kind of those guys that could do multiple things, like high level multiple things at once. However, the perception of what's happening is he's flying to the Middle East and we're going to get rid of these wars and we're going to get rid of these wars. America doesn't even know there's wars going on in these countries. And quite honestly, I don't give a rip about what's happening around the world. How about you just get laser focused? I've asked for this and written about it. How about a 30-day moratorium on everything and everyone, and we focus solely on America and Americans? Wouldn't that be a novel approach on how to govern, instead of fighting and worrying about what Israel's doing and what they're fighting, or Nigeria Christians are getting slaughtered, or this or that? All of those things are important. They are not in the top 1,000 in Americans' lives. So let's focus on the top 100 things that affect Americans right now. And stop going for your Nobel Peace Prize, President Trump. Honestly, who gives an S about your Nobel Peace Prize when you have people that do not have enough money to make it through the month? That's what you need to focus on. I don't care about Ukraine and what Putin's doing. I don't care if he blows Ukraine off the map. I don't care. I care about.
So I agree with what JJ is saying, but he, like many Americans that are, American first, they don't understand. I'm almost done, baby. They don't understand that Ukraine and Russia, the reason why that is important that we stay on top of it, we are trying to protect our assets. There are assets in Ukraine, and this is the reason why Donald Trump decided to make a deal with them. We're not losing money, but there's a lot of deals and things that we're doing across. I understand the people that are, they're desperate. They want to see changes and all of this, but doesn't know about Somalia. He doesn't know about Somalia's economy depending completely on us. He doesn't know about this other money besides wars. He doesn't know about how Democrats are actually obstructing President Trump from doing what he needs to do. And that's what Americans need to understand. And if you're a Democrat still and you're a leftist, that's fine, but you got to understand something. The more you impede progress, the more you fight and block everything that we're trying to do for America first, the harder it is for us to tackle all those issues. So I understand here what Jay is trying to say, and he's a MAGA supporter and all this stuff, but that's not good enough. You have to be able, as smart as he is, he needs to understand, yes, we want President Trump to forget about the Nobel Peace Prize. I get 100%, I agree with it. But I think everything that President Trump and the administration is doing is the right thing. I understand that we're going through some hardships and all this other stuff in our country, but I think it's very important that we have strength throughout the world as well, because by the time that we get healed, we want to make sure that we have allies and that we have strength outside of the United States of America, because it is going to be the only way that we're going to keep trading fair. It's going to be the only way that we can keep the loyalty of foreign ministers, presidents, leaders across the world. We need to make sure that we're still moving forward. It's just like, when we get sick and we get the flu. You guys have seen me on my channel. I'm here sick, sneezing. I can't breathe. But you know what? I got to keep moving forward. I understand I need some rest. I understand I need to be able to become healthier and get better. But at the same time, I understand that I got to keep moving as well. See, it's not just about taking care of my body. It's also about taking care of my channel and about taking care of the viewers, because you guys are the ones that support me. You guys are the ones that continue to get me go forward with what I'm doing. And of course, I care about my health, but you know what? It's temporary. It's going to pass. And I'm able to push through it. Just like I know Trinity and Rush and anybody else out there that has children. When you're sick, you got to keep doing what you got to do. You got to keep working, and you know that you need your rest, and you know that you have to be healthy, and you know you got to take care of yourself, but you also know that your family depends on you, and you got to keep pushing through. And so it's the same thing that's going on in our country. Right now, we're going through birth pains. We have to get rid of all this garbage that we have. And then once we get rid of all the garbage that we have in here, at the same time, just because we're in this birth pains in our country doesn't mean that we're going to stop working around the world, because if we stop doing that, we're not going to take care of ourselves. The reason why I support Israel on this, number one, is because that's God's people. That is part of my religion and my belief. And the second reason is because we have benefited from Israel all these decades because of their intel and their support, and that's why we stand with them. If it wasn't for Israel, a lot of these Muslim terrorists would be attacking the United States of America. But you know what? Israel is the first temptation for these Muslims to go after, and God keeps protecting them, and Israel keeps coming out to be victorious, especially when we go and help them. We don't just go help them because Israel just needs their help. No, we go help them because they are the main reason why these terrorist countries of full Muslim terrorist people don't come over here to destroy us. With that being said, you guys are allowing these Muslims to keep multiplying in our country. You don't stand against that. So why do you stand against Israel? If you really care about the United States of America, why don't you stand against all these Muslims coming in here, buying Christian churches, converting them into mosques, telling us that they're going to control the United States of America, trying to bring some Sharia law, some jihad law, and bringing all these religious practices that are evil that were made by the Muslim government. Why don't you stand against that? Why don't you go preach against it? Why don't you go say, hey, listen, we're going to support Israel because Israel doesn't wish us death. You guys are supporting all these Muslims that stand on the streets of New York and said death to America, and you say nothing. You allow them to multiply. You allow them to take over the government. You allow them to take over our lives. You go and give them respect, but you disrespect the people that actually care for your country. You respect the foreigners and all these illegal immigrants, but then you put your American people last. How does that work? Man, you guys just got me triggered with that. Like, how is it possible that you're not able to see it that way? There is a lot of reasons why we do what we do. And right now, we ain't got time to explain it to you every single time. We ain't got time for babies to learn how to walk in this world. You got to do that on your own. Think for yourself. Use common sense. Inspect what's going on. Don't just give in to one side of the argument. Do you know why the way I think the way I think? Because I don't think one way. I look at all the sides and all the angles of a situation, and until it makes sense, then I make up my mind. $90 billion to Israel every year is nothing for what we get in return. Thank you for the super chat, Liberty. And it says the reason is because America are sick and tired to see that every president goes the other way instead of their way. They hear promises up to now. They haven't seen nothing yet, just more IOU. And it takes time. You guys have to know that throughout history, tariffs have taken decades. Sometimes there's no agreement reached. But we have seen that the tariffs that we have implemented now, we have had many countries come and make agreements with us. They come up and say, hey, you know what? You're right. You know what? We're going to take the tariffs off. We want America to be successful because you guys actually help us a lot. You have to pay attention to that. You can't just come in here and tell me that there is no proof. We see the videos. We see all the presidents. We see all these people signing in the White House. We see him being greeted by the prince up in Qatar in the Middle East. We see all these agreements that they're doing. The prime ministers, the princes, the kings, the presidents, they come over and they actually stand up. They fix their suits and they shake President Donald Trump's hand, to where before with Biden, they were laughing at him. They didn't even care that he was walking by. As a matter of fact, some of them actually did something to their nose because the old men stank, according to them. They had no respect for them. The Japanese had no respect for them. Definitely China doesn't respect a weak president. But you know what? Whether he likes it or not, he had to shake President Trump's hand. And whether he likes it or not, he had to make a deal that for the next 3 years, they're going to be buying thousands of pounds of soybeans from us when they said they wouldn't. When they told Canada that we're not going to buy soybeans from them, well, guess what? They're still not going to buy shit from them, but they're definitely buying it from the United States of America. You know why? Because of President Donald Trump making deals. That's why. So when Jay is talking truth, I agree with him to a certain extent, but you have to look beyond what we're doing here in America. We got to look at how are we going to take care of our partners. With whatever little we have extra, we're going to go ahead and provide some support and some help for them, because when we come out of our hole here, we're going to become stronger in the world. And you know what's that's going to happen? What you're doing is you are pre-building in the future. And when we come out of the hole that we're into right now, if we get that one missing step, think about it this way. You start building a bridge. This is where you're at. You have the rest of the bridge that you need to build. What do? You go to the other side, and then you start building on this side, and then you're coming closer and closer, and bada bing, bada boom, you got a whole bridge that now you can trust, that you can go back and forth from point A to point B. That's how that works in my brain. It probably doesn't make sense to you, but that's how it works in my brain. Okay, so thank you, Stephen Gardner, for that participation. We love you and appreciate you. You got a great show. And this will be the last clip that I want to show you guys. This is from my X account, in case you were wondering. I know somebody asked for the X account, and here it is. President Donald Trump says, please be advised that I am withdrawing the nomination of Donald Korb to be Assistant General Counsel in the Department of the Treasury. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm going to tell you something. When people go and tell us that President Donald Trump is going to put all these tariffs and, he's going to bring the economy down, he's going to destroy the country, there is the art of the deal. Remember that? The art of the deal. He's going to change things. See, he's going to say, I'm going to put this on because you're not doing this. But he knows as a fair businessman, because he is a fair man, he will cuss you out. He will tell you all these things about everything that's going wrong, blah, blah, blah. And he will call you names, and you're going to be offended, and you're going to be upset, and your feelings will be hurt, blah, blah, blah. But the moment that you understand why he's doing what he's doing and you join forces with him, he's going to tell you that you are his best friend. He's going to tell you that you guys have a great relationship. It is how it works. It is how it works. So this is what I've been talking about. Fed study vindicates Trump trade policy. 150 years of evidence shows tariffs lower inflation. But it takes time. It takes time. For now, I can say, let's see what happens in 2026. Let's see what happens. 2026. Let's get going. All right? I am not rich. I am not envious. And I'm going to tell you something. The Bible tells me that God is going to bless me. And if I get blessings from God, it's forever. If I go and cheat, if I go and lie, those materialistic things and that money that I raise will be gone. But if I am earning it by doing good, by being honest and hardworking and knowing how the system works, it will be a blessing because it will be productive, and God blesses that. All right, last comment for tonight. Liberty says the reason is because, oh, that's not it. That's the last one. Wait, did I not like that? Oh, that is the one. Okay. The reason is that some people don't take it like you do. Trump said he was going to fix everything on day one, but yet now they are hearing it will take time, but they were looking for day one. So if I make a promise to my kids, not that your kids, If I make a promise to my kids that I will do this on this day, I will give it my best shot. And yes, he believed that he was going to do that. Now, he hasn't been able to deliver on that one thing, but he's been able to deliver on a lot of other things. And so if I'm going to hold him to be God, he's not God. He's not God, right? It's not you, brother. It's because he said day one. I know. I'm a common sense guy. And you woke me up, Dennis. What the heck? Sorry, buddy. I apologize. The reason why I say this is because you know how many times in my life I have told my kids, I want to do this for you. I promise you, next paycheck, I'm going to do this. And then what happens? I get bills and I get things that I didn't count that it was going to happen. And well, now I can deliver on that promise. It happens. You can't deliver on everything. The man is not perfect. And he admits it. He's like, man, I thought it was going to be the easiest thing because I have a good relationship with these people. But then, there's nothing that you can do. Like I can go and say, hey, you know what? I don't like this guy and this girl fighting in their marriage. I'm going to go fix it day one. And the moment that I get the chance, I'm going to go fix it. Why? Because I got the right advice. Why? Because I got the experience in life. Why? Because I believe in Bible. Why? Because I believe that they can do it and blah, 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 blah. Okay? And then I go over there and they say, you know what? You're right. You're right. And they're going to sign, they're going to agree with each other. And then they decide to start insulting each other again. And everything I just did just failed. Well, he agrees, he acknowledges that it hasn't been easy. I don't trust NATO, David. I think NATO is a waste of money, to be honest. They are the reason why many countries are being inundated with illegal immigration up the yin-yang. And I think that they are causing a lot of problems throughout the world, to be honest, more than what they're actually doing to help it. So that's where I'm at with that, guys. Liberty for All is getting too drunk for me now. I'm just playing, bro. Liberty, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the love, guys. I want to stay longer, but babe, we got to go? Yeah, but I have to go pick up my mother-in-law. I promise. I will get on live tomorrow. If I don't get to see you guys all early in the day, we'll see if I do 1 or 2 lives. I'm not sure yet, but I will try my best, okay? Thank you, Trinity, for your support. Rush, Omar, Brian, all my wrench people, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for keeping the chat available only for American MAGA believers. America first, guys. Thank you, guys, that were in here on the opposite side, but actually had some good comments to put on there. I appreciate you. Until next time, guys. Have a good night. Be blessed. Love you all. Thank you for your support. My wife sends you her love to all of you guys, especially to Trinity and Rush, babe. Have a good night, guys. I will see you tomorrow, God willing. Be blessed. God bless you, and God bless the USA.